the meeting to order before people started to leave, so we do have a quorum. Let's start, first of all, with Lisa. If people would go this direction and back, just introduce who you are and so forth. Go ahead, please, Lisa.
Lisa Ackerberg, Deputy Budget Director.
Good morning, Fadi Kadura, Senator representing District 30, north side of Indianapolis.
Rachel McCarty, Fiscal Analyst for the Senate Majority Caucus.
Representing Bob Cherry, Republican alternate in the House.
Liza Sherman, Deputy Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republicans.
Randhir Javed, Legislative Services Agency.
Hope Tribble, Director of Fiscal Policy for the Senate Democrats.
David Nizgotsky, Senate District 10, South Bend, and portions of St. Joseph County.
Krista Ricci, Senior Fiscal Analyst for the Senate Republican Caucus.
Jeff Thompson, House District 28.
Ben Tooley, Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republicans.
Joe Habig, Acting Budget Director.
Gregory Porter, House District 96.
Thank you. I believe the first thing we have some revised minutes from October and the December minutes that have been presented. Are there any amendments to the proposed minutes? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes for both October and December as presented.
So
moved.
Seconded.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Next, we have a proposed agenda that's been distributed, also available to the public. Are there any amendments to the proposed agenda? Hearing none, at this time, the agenda is placed on the table for discussion. And so we'll start then with, first of all, agency projects. And I believe first we have on our list is the Department of Corrections. The floor is yours, sir.
Both projects that I have for your consideration this morning for the Indiana Women's Prison located on the far west side of Marion County, a 727-bed medium maximum security facility where we house adult females. The first project is for $870,000. The project replaces 3,500 linear feet of high voltage power feeds to the facility. The facility receives all of its utility, all of its electrical energy from the local authority through overhead power lines, 50 years old, antiquated, poles, transformers, and everything. Only thing unique about this project is it takes it out of the air where it's susceptible to damage and puts it underground where it'll never be a problem again.
Thank you. Representative Porter, questions?
Thank you very much. I know it's much needed. Is this a bid process or is this already bidded out for the $870,000? And if so, who's the companies doing it and whether?
Sir, this project will be bid out. A scope of work will be assembled and then it will be solicited for open bids. Okay, and once those open bids come, is there a way, Mr. Chairman, that we can know who submitted bids for that and who's allotted these contracts? We spend a lot of money, and I don't think myself as a budget member, I just want to know what the DEI diversity is in regards to these projects and who gets these bids, who gets these notices to even attempt to do this work for the state of Indiana with taxpayers' money. We work through the Department of Administration. Obviously, they have folks that track this down to the deep details. We do for all of our projects, we do recruitment opportunities, meetings with those vendors to try and recruit them in. We have goals for those projects, and Department of Administration actually tracks and reports on all of that data, sir. But they've been woefully underserved also. DOA has not done an adequate job from my perspective. So I would just hope that even if you work with the commission or whoever else to
to get these numbers, because now I'm going to continue to ask the questions, and I'm continuing to ask these questions in regards to this because of, it's just the right thing to do with taxpayers' dollars. Thank you very much.
You're welcome,
There's
sir.
nothing dinging you, I just would like to know.
Understood,
Okay?
sir. I respect that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Continue on, please.
Thank you, sir. The second project at the same facility, under the same conditions. The fire alarm systems are about 25 years old. They are antiquated and obsolete. We can't even buy repair parts for them on the internet anymore from third-party resellers. This project is for $302,000, replaces the fire alarm systems in the entire campus, a relatively small campus, 12 buildings, and all of the devices associated with that, and should last for another 20 or 25 years. It's just part of life safety for the facility. We do it in every one of our facilities statewide.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have, I believe, the State Budget Agency for the Department of Natural Resources. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. I'm Kirsten Haney, CFO for Indiana Department of Natural Resources. We're here today requesting funding for the Busteron Creek Conservation Project. This funding will be used to provide a 25% state match for the Wildlife and Sport Fishing Restoration Federal Grant. The funding from the state and federal grant will be used to purchase 4,650 acres of property in collaboration with the Conservation Fund in the near future. The Division of Fish and Wildlife intends to operate and conserve this land.
Thank you. Any questions for the lady? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have the State Board of Accounts.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Kendra Leatherman, General Counsel and Legislative Director for the State Board of Accounts. We're here requesting to use funds for a current office reorganization. What has happened over in Government Center South is about half of our staff is located on the 4th floor, half of them are located on 2. Another agency has vacated the next door offices on 4, and so what we're going to do is bring our 2nd floor staff up to our 4th floor and then have a more collaborative work environment. It's going to give us an opportunity to have training rooms, space for our summer interns, create some more conference rooms, and have able for essentially all of us to kind of feel like one office. Again, this hasn't happened in a long time, so.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things.
Yeah.
The funding source for the office moving floors, the rearranging of those, I guess, staffing, with dedicated examinations fund. Can you elaborate on that fund and the source of that revenue to make these renovations?
Yeah, the examinations fund is our agency dedicated fund, and the revenue that goes into that is based upon, in the Board of Accounts, we charge local units of government in the state for the services we provide, and the revenue that comes back from recouping of that cost goes into that fund. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So we're able to charge local governments X number of dollars, and then now we can renovate our facilities. So, I mean, that's what you're saying. So are we charging too much in regards to that we can?
No, well, okay, so first of all, the agency is funded through general fund dollars.
Right.
And then dedicated fund dollars. And so right now, the mix between what local units pay for their audits versus what the state pays for those audits is now they pay about half of the cost and the state funds the other half. So this half of funding is from the costs that we otherwise recoup from the local units. Local units generally are not paying the full cost for their audits. The state is paying the other half.
But we're picking up, so local units are paying part.
They're paying part of
that.
they're paying part of their true audit cost, and the amount that they pay is prescribed in statute.
And so through, I guess, the new bill, dedicated funding, wherever we do now, so I know we need a charge, I guess, but now we have a windfall, I would say, of dollars that we can now do renovation from within your organization. I'm just kind of perplexed by the dollars that we charge a local government, and they're now being also used to do renovations for our facilities through the Department of Administration. I mean, state, I'm just concerned about that.
Okay.
Okay, I got.
I don't really know what to say. I mean,
I
we
know
have
you don't know
two
what to say
funds.
because it's a question that's pertinent when it comes to those dollars that we're charging local government. Now we're moving forward, and now using those dollars to do something else. So, I mean, case in point, I understand, but it's not that I enjoy this happening with local government and the fees they have to pay, even though you say they're not paying the full load, but they are paying something.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. I believe next we have on the agenda is the State Budget Agency. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Budget Committee. I'm Steve Daniels of the State Budget Agency, and I'm joined by Tracy Barnes, Director of the Indiana Office of Technology. State Budget Agency requests funding for the development of a roadmap and strategy for a modern enterprise resource planning, also called ERP system. Budget funding will be used to procure a contractor through RFP, who will lead project members through a discovery and analysis process for the preparation of a new system. The current ERP system was implemented statewide in 2009 and updated in 2019. Based on the anticipated shelf life of the current system, prudence requires us to begin preparation for a cloud-based solution that can help the state support our changing needs and increase our efficiency and effectiveness. We have seen anecdotal reports of ERP implementations in other states, and they typically cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The project members for this project will include State Budget Agency, Indiana Office of Technology, Indiana Department of Administration, Indiana State Personnel Department, the State Treasurer's Office, and the State Comptroller's Office. The team will have recommendations for new system functionality, market evaluation, and organizational preparedness by the end of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, I believe we have the City of South Bend. Come forward, please. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jordan Gathers, the Director of Venues, Parks, and Arts for the City of South Bend. First, I want to thank you for including the South Bend Sports Complex appropriation in the biennial state budget. And second, I appreciate the opportunity today to come before you and respectfully request the release of the $3 million for the repairs and improvements to the Byers softball complex. This appropriation will allow the City of South Bend to bring the aging facility back to prime condition for attracting more state and national tournaments. The improvements will focus on refurbishing the press box, concession area, restroom facilities, and meet all modern code and ADA compliance requirements, and to improve the visitor experience and operational capabilities. In addition, this funding will be used to fully rebuild the main softball fields, install new sod and infield material, replace backstops, fencing, walkways, and install vegetative screening. Other improvements will include the installation of a new splash pad and parking area, as well as restoring the current parking lot and signage. This fiscally responsible reinvestment by this committee and the state of Indiana will improve the facilities, the overall visitor experience, and quality of life for the residents of South Bend. Thank you for the inclusion of this project in the state budget, and thank you for your time today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Jordan, thank you very much for being here today. I just want to say that I'm also grateful for the opportunity to have this included in the biennial budget. This is going to go a long way, not only for that portion of town, but for the families that live close by. They have overflow at this complex now, and this actually will bring additional overnight stays to the community. So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for including it on the budget committee today.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next on the agenda, I believe we have the Northeast Indiana Strategic Development Commission. Forward, please.
Good morning. My name is Bill Connie. I'm the president and CEO of the Regional Chamber of Northeast Indiana. I also happen to be a commission member. I'm the secretary of the commission. I am one of two who is on the commission as an ex officio, which means we have a voice but no vote, just like my house. The Strategic Development Commission was created by the legislature in 2023 to help us deal with the issues of economic and community development. Our goals are to increase the population of Northeast Indiana in 11 counties of Northeast Indiana, to increase the educational attainment levels, not only academic and post-secondary endeavors in 2- and 4-year degrees, but in industry recognized certifications so that we can increase help increase the per capita incomes and to support entrepreneurship. We have selected as our fiscal agent the Regional Development Authority, who is very experienced in having dealt with regional cities, the original READY program and now READY 2.0. They will provide our technical review, technical assistance, and fiscal management.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't catch your last name, so I heard Bill.
Yes.
I'll call you. Excuse me. A quick question.
Yes, sir.
Last year, at the end of the budget, last budget session, this was dropped in the budget at the end. My question is, did that appropriation come from your commission in regards to that $30 million for Northeast Indiana?
Yes, it did.
It did. So help me to understand what is difference. You did mention READY and grant. So help me understand what is the difference besides the buzzwords that you use, education and quality of life, all those 2 or 3 words you use. Tell me what the difference is, what you're asking for, this additional $30 million mean in regards to, I think you already received READY program. So help me understand, why is there another surge of $30 million?
With your permission, I'm going to ask Ryan to address that, simply because he's worked with all 3, and I've only worked with the Strategic Development Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee, for having us today. My name is Ryan Twist. I do serve as the Executive Director of the Regional Development Authority. As Bill mentioned, we've been the primary point for the state through both regional cities, READY 1 and now READY 2. The difference between the Strategic Development Commission and the previous programs that we've operated through the Regional Development Authority is the Strategic Development Commission it was actually created in 2021 through statute, spent those 2 years developing a 5-year strategic plan aimed at 3 goal areas: talent development, talent attraction, and housing. The ability within those funds, there are opportunities to serve both programming as well as capital expenditures per the enabling statute and the statute that provided the funding for it, whereas with READY funds, particularly READY 2, those are limited exclusively to capital expenditures. And so focus primarily on the quality of place, quality of opportunity, and quality of life as administered by the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. So there are nuances in here in that READY dollars can only be used for capital expenses, whereas some of the potential projects being considered by the Strategic Development Commission include wraparound services for early childhood and other education activities, as well as talent attraction marketing, things like that, to bring that in. So the commission had put together that 5-year strategic plan, and the General Assembly was very generous in supporting the financial ask for that. So it has some slightly different goals. They are supportive and they do work together. And we will be ensuring that the 2 resources are used to continue to bolster the growth of Northeast Indiana in a complementary way as opposed to a competitive fashion.
Thank you. Is there a study or anything that can be discussed regarding our return on investment of that other $30 million that's going to the development? I'm just concerned about just you having more shot in the arm in regards to that and what the outcomes are going to be.
Yeah, I think the commission has been very explicit in they've been identifying both match requirements for those funds, so they won't be full funding 100% of any potential project. The other, they are very committed to, and Representative Snow, who's in the room, is actually a voting member of that commission, as well as I just show up to the public meetings and serve as the staff when asked. But Bill can speak to that. However, I do know that the commission has been very explicit in wanting to study the return on this, knowing that this is in many ways a pilot for the state. Is this an investment model for regions that Northeast Indiana can be proud of and can return back and show what the demonstrated response for those results of those projects will be?
So therefore, you use the word pilot for the state. So therefore, is it going to be sustainable?
That would be the intent, I believe, Bill.
The intent and the outcomes are totally different. So, I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but just making the point that it's dropped in, and now, is it going to be sustainable as a pilot? As you used the word pilot, I did not. So now it's a pilot project for the state of Indiana. But then I'm concerned about how sustainable it's going to be to continue to do those three entities that you say you're trying to enumerate on.
Maybe, Bill,
I would just say, I don't know that I would consider it a pilot. We do think if we perform the way we plan to perform, that if we generate the kind of return on investment that we think will return, it will be a model that the state may choose to replicate or may not choose to replicate. But our goal was never to make it a pilot. Our goal was to serve the region, and in so doing, create a model that could be used elsewhere.
And if I could walk back that word, I use pilot in place of model, and I apologize for that. We are approaching it as if it is a pilot, so that it can serve as a model if the General Assembly and the members of this committee would choose to want to replicate that based on the results that we are able to accomplish through this for other regions. We just know that as stewards of state tax dollars, it is our responsibility to make sure we get the most results out of that so that we can demonstrate those results and potentially give this body the opportunity to seek those, to use other resources for other parts of the state.
Senator Mishler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify. So there was a bill, and there was a $30 million fiscal in the original bill in the Senate. And on the Senate side, we typically pull the fiscals out for discussion for the budget. So we pulled the fiscal, the $30 million out in committee, and then in the budget discussions decided to fund the bill. So there was a bill that went through. And in our side, when we had the bill, there was a study that I read when we were in committee. So there is a study that you have, and you shared it with the members on appropriations. I don't know about Ways and Means, but you may want to maybe give the Budget Committee that study as well. It might answer some of the questions that are being asked.
We'll be happy to do that. We'll provide it to whomever you want. It's public information, and I think it's on our website, I think. We'll be happy to provide that.
Typically, you send it to the budget agency, and then they'll distribute it to members. So thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Mishler, for that transparency, because we did not, I'm not aware of it. That's the reason the questions are here. If it happens on one side of these Great Halls versus the other side, I'm not going to search. I'm not going to fish for any information. The information should come to those of us that's on Ways and Means or on appropriations. And I totally agree with you. And I hope that this will be a lesson to individuals out there to understand that transparency and to talk to everyone that makes the decisions is important, and we won't spend 7 or 8 minutes on something of this, which is important because it's taxpayers' dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Director Happig.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're happy to share the 5-year strategic plan, and we'll make sure the whole committee gets that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all.
Next on the agenda, we have the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mark Wassey. I'm Senior Vice President at the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, joined by Jim Rawlinson, our Director of our READY program. We're here today to request $500 million that was appropriated in the 2023 budget to support the ongoing investment that's happening across the state in line with our READY program. Beginning in the spring of 2023, with the passage of the READY 2.0 statute, the IEDC, with the approval of our board, laid out a vision for this next phase of the initiative, asking 15 regions around the state to build off of the plans that they had developed going back to 2021 for the first round of READY, and lay out their strategic vision for growth and place-based investments that will drive population retention and growth across the state. What was ultimately submitted in February of this year was a set of proposals, very compelling from all 15 regions, that requested $1.1 billion in support from the state. That would ultimately lead to over $24 billion in quality of place and quality of life investments over the next couple of years. With the limited resources that we had, our team, along with a review committee composed of members from academia, from the development community, from those that are experts in quality housing development, that reflects the fabric of the community. We evaluated those plans and ultimately made a recommendation to our board of directors, which was approved last week, to allocate that $500 million across all 15 regions, with awards ranging between $15 million and $45 million. What we saw in this round compared to READY 1.0 and regional cities before it was a set of very compelling, well thought out and thoughtful plans aligned with the needs of that community, addressing the challenges that they have, while also setting them up for growth over the next decade or so. So we're thrilled about the opportunity and appreciate your support in appropriating this next round of $500 million to the IEDC, and look forward to working with regions over the next couple months and years as we identify specific projects into which these funds will be invested. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Senator Garden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Just a couple quick questions. You just mentioned that you awarded anywhere between $15 million and $45 million. My understanding was you could have went to $75 million max. And so I know a lot of those RDAs were sort of planning on that. Can you speak to why that max award wasn't awarded in any region?
Yep. And Senator Garden, that's a great question. And the idea behind allowing us to move above the maximum $50 million award in READY 1.0 was to provide us with some flexibility to either, one, lean into regions that are showing significant opportunities for growth, while on the other hand, for those that may have not received the maximum award in the first round of the program, for us to invest more there to help them catch up. And unfortunately, because so many of these regions really came together, demonstrated true collaboration amongst their communities, and laid out a strategic vision for their growth, we unfortunately just had limited resources to be able to accommodate that full $75 million.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank you. So to that point, and again, I'm taking just a moment to sort of highlight what's going on in Clark County right now with River Ridge. That's why I sort of was looking at raising that threshold in supportive of that, because we've got an asset, a state asset and a state resource, not a regional, but a state asset and resource in one of the largest commercial developments in the nation that's exploded with growth. And they've got needs that other areas of the state don't have to continue to support that growth. I mean, you guys helped land a Meta recently, right? And so now we've got an asset and a resource like River Ridge that's now competing with everybody else that needs RDA ready dollars. And so my understanding was that was exactly why we wanted to allow for regions and areas with specific, what I would call a little more complex needs than others. And I'm just a little disappointed that we weren't able to achieve that in that specific area, because I think my thought was that's exactly why we wanted to go down that road.
Yep.
So just wanted to point that out. One quick question, one last question, Mr. Chair. just in your, in the brief synopsis here that we were handed out, you talked about 2 to 4% allocated for proper administrative controls over the appropriation. Can you speak to that? What's that look like?
Yes, so like the first round of the program, we had an arrangement with regions where out of the allocation to them, a portion would be withheld for the IEDC for us to be able to properly staff and manage the program, as well as to develop and deploy a grant management system through which the projects are all submitted and is reviewed by a third-party auditing firm with Ready One to ensure compliance with the federal regulations. But because that has worked so well, we'd like to continue to use that. And then on the local side, knowing that this does require time, effort, and staff to coordinate these investments, to evaluate them, and ultimately submit this information both on the front end with the project submission as well as ongoing through the project's implementation, that we wanted to provide some resources to our community partners as well.
Thank you. Further questions for President Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to Senator Gardens in the 2% and 4%, I'd like to know who's getting those dollars and how much they really are. I'd like to have more specifics in regards to that 2% and 4%. And you mentioned that the governor made the announcement last week, right, in regards to this?
Correct.
So my question is, it's on the agenda, but the horse is already out the barn. So, I mean, we're having discussions, asking questions about something that's already occurred. That's perplexing to me as, like, well, I'm going to do this, but now y'all can solidify what I'm going to do. I don't know if that's, to me, that's just a level of disrespect for the State Budget Committee. But.
Representative Porter, that point well taken, and I guess I would just want to draw a distinction between the current statutory framework for Ready 2.0 and the first round in which we had to receive State Budget Committee review before we made allocations in 1.0. In this round, that was, the review was required for the policy that was adopted by our Board of Directors. So we are now just requesting the funding that was appropriated for this initiative to be released so we can execute the contracts.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Mishler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the budget bill, because I was just wondering if the 2 to 4% was in the budget bill. But in the budget bill, it just says that you can retain some of it for expenses. So it's pretty broad.
Yes.
So you're then now requesting that number be 2 to 4%.
That's correct.
With that kind of money, I see Representative Porter's question. With that kind of money, 2 to 4% is pretty broad. So I think we need to narrow that down a little bit. Is that possible?
Yes, and again, to use the first phase as an example, within the contracts that we had with each of the regions, they got 3% and we got 3% of the award that we provided to them. We have used our portion to cover the expenses that I had described. We've also used it to address some cost overruns for projects that were included in some Ready projects. It allows us to do that, but we can get more specific information to you, Senator.
We just said something too, so that's for your expenses for IDC. So if you're taking 2 to 4, does that mean you're gonna also allow, if you take 2, are you gonna allow the locals to take 2?
Yes.
I mean, so whatever you take, you're gonna allow the locals to take the same amount for their expenses?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Porter?
I just want to reiterate what the Senator Commissioner said. So it'd be a 50-50 split in regards to that 2 to 4%, right? 50-50 split between you and the local government.
It would be, so use an example of 2% for the locals and 2% for the IEDC.
It's not a split.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So I don't think it's a split. I think you're saying It's 2 for the local, 2 for you, so 4 total.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
That's how I'm interpreting it.
Okay, that's a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
That's what I'm seeking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Garten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in real dollars, I mean, these are big numbers, and I understand percentages, it makes it relative, but, you know, this is $10 to $20 million we're talking about in administrative costs, ultimately. I guess the hard thing, and maybe this is what Representative Porter, Senator Cador, and I are having a little bit of a conversation, and maybe Senator Mishler are getting to, this should be some level of a platform that is a repeatable, replicable efficiency issue. $10 to $20 million is a lot for administrative costs, regardless of if it's only 2 to 4% of the total. That's still a lot of dollars for what seemingly should be a repeatable efficiency type of platform that's pretty duplicatable across the board, either at the local level or at your level. And so I think that's some of the angst that you're hearing. 2 to 4% may not sound like a lot, but in real dollars, $10 to $20 million is a large administrative cost for a program that, quite frankly, we've already administered.
Yeah.
And so we already know how to do it. So we already know what the controls should be, and we should already have those things in place. And so it sounds almost a little duplicative, to be quite frank.
Yeah. And Senator, I appreciate that, and you know, the comments from the entire committee. We want to make sure that as many of these dollars end up in projects as possible at the end of the day. And we at the IADC will do what we can to limit the amount of funding that is required for our overhead and for managing the program, because we do see the value of actually getting these dollars into projects. And while it could be 2% for the locals, it could be 1% for the IADC. We're still, you know, determining what specific costs there are. But on the local side, we, you know, want to support and hopefully make sustainable, you know, the staff and expertise to allow them to continue this effort long beyond the state's ready dollars have been invested.
Yeah. So, and look, again, I appreciate that perspective. I guess the point that I'm getting at is this is a program we've already done. And so now you're telling us it's going to cost us another $10 to $20 million to administer the program again for a program we've already done at. I have a hard time swallowing. It's just that's a weird pill for me. It seems like an extremely high cost for something we've already done.
Senator Cador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I think item number 7 on the agenda, we approved or we reviewed $30 million for the Northwest Indiana Strategic Development Commission. And in their presentation, they mentioned that part of their work is the Ready 2.0. So in a way, they're getting some funding to administer a strategic plan to oversee Ready 2.0 in a way. Not the only thing is not just 2.0, Ready 2.0. And then we're talking about $500 million. I fully agree with my colleagues. It seems there's duplication. If the governor, I know the announcement was last week, I think, for these projects. So you should have a very, based on Ready 1.0, very good understanding of what your expenditures will be for that percentage, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4. All what I would request maybe from the chair, if, I'm not sure if we can technically amend anything today, but I think it would be helpful in the spirit of partnership if we can receive a report with these specific expenditures, if this is going to be a model to be potentially replicated across the state, you know, as for the Economic Development Commission and the interaction with Ready 2.0 or Ready 3.0 or Ready 4.0, might be helpful for us to have more visibility. So as we approach the 2025 session, we can tighten the language up to say up to 2%, up to 1%, or how the expenditures can be. I think that will add a level of transparency to this committee and to the public. Percentages are fine, but on a $500 million, when you speak up to 4%, that's $20 million. That's a lot of money. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Then from what I hear from committee members, then we should expect a report in detail on those overhead expenditures. Is that a fair thing from the committee members? Okay. Please do that. Thank you. Further questions? Thank you for your presentation. Next on the agenda, we have the Department of Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, members of the committee. Matt Kent with the Department of Administration. We've got 6 requests before you today. All 6 of these will be funded via the deferred maintenance appropriation of $75 million. So I'll jump into those and then allow for questions after each. The first request is $1.6 million to be used at the Department of Homeland Security's location at 5 Points. This funding will go almost exclusively towards building exterior, which includes new roofs at the north, east, and west buildings, and then some minor structural repairs to each of those buildings. There'll also be some work done to upgrade some of the electrical network throughout the site. Questions?
Questions? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Second request is $6.5 million for the Indiana Veterans Home and DVA. The bulk of these funds will go towards the Veterans Home and focus on new roofs at Dewey, Mitchell, and Pyle Halls. There will also be significant building component upgrades, including a sanitary system for Dewey Hall, new chillers in Pyle and MacArthur Hall, and then exterior brickwork and cladding repairs throughout the entire campus. The DVA specific portion of these funds is around $140,000 and will go toward exterior repairs at the Administrative Services Building at the Veterans Memorial Cemetery.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Go ahead, please.
The third request is $43 million for the Department of Correction. The largest portion of these funds will go towards heating and cooling equipment replacement for buildings at Putnamville, Pendleton, Madison, and Plainfield. This includes heat exchangers, boilers, air conditioners, and cold water pumps. The next significant portion of funds for DOC will go towards electrical upgrades and repairs at Branchville, Newcastle, and Madison. That includes elevator safety modernization, transformer and switchgear replacement, and fire alarm detection systems. And we also have a smaller portion of the DOC funding that will go towards exterior repairs at Pendleton, Branchville, and the Women's Prison. And this includes cladding work, slab repair, and then window replacement.
Thank you. Any questions? Can you please?
Fourth request is $9.4 million for the state hospitals. This funding will focus on roof, brickwork, and tuck pointing at Richmond and Logansport. Specifically at Richmond, we'll be putting new roofs on the laundry building and then buildings 408 and 409. At Logansport, the powerhouse and admin center will both receive new roofs as well. We'll also have extensive brickwork, tuck pointing, and cladding work throughout the entire campus of Richmond. And lastly, we'll replace chillers and air conditioning units at several buildings at Richmond and heat exchangers and cooling towers at Logansport.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
The fifth request is $10.7 million for the state police. These funds will go towards roofing, exterior repairs, and equipment replacement throughout the state police posts. We'll replace roofs and perform cladding repairs at Versailles, Bloomington, Sellersburg, and the Putnamville post. We'll also be replacing equipment, specifically gas tanks, at Pendleton and West Lafayette, and generators at Peru and Bremen posts. Last of all, we'll upgrade electrical and fire alarm systems at several posts throughout the state police system.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
Final request is $3.8 million for the Indiana War Memorial. These funds will go towards full roof replacement and window repair replacement at the National American Legion building. This is the sister building on the east side of campus that mirrors the Veterans Center at 777 North Meridian. We'll also use the remainder of the funds to go towards window replacement at the Indiana War Memorial building.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a request of Department Administration. We've done 6 or 7 projects, substantial amount of dollars. We do have goals, and I know this is regionalized. Is there a way that after these projects are 35%, 40% completed, what are the numbers for the participation of XBEs? I think it's important to know because you have those, but the Department of Administration never meet those goals. They just don't. And I would just like to know in the future if we can get information given to the State Budget Committee or whomever in regards to those goals that they have and if they attain those goals or the percentages of said goals. I think it's important so we can really know what's going on. I get tired of just saying yes and never get a report back, and we go off, our merry way.
And those are just goals, right? They're not required by code. Is that my understanding correct?
Well, they're goals, but that you can say they're not required. But then the question is do they, as we say, their best effort in regards to attaining those goals? the reasonable best effort, et cetera. So it has not happened in a while. I've been around for a while. Even when I worked in commerce, it was hard. Worked for Lieutenant Governor, it was hard. So, but we need to do better. And even look at the disparity study that was done about 4 years ago. Probably need another disparity study in regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe next we're ready for university projects, and I believe first on the list is Purdue University. I don't want to show my partiality here, so go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We do have 9 projects before you today. Before I'll start, I'll just say they're really in 3 different buckets. One is housing for the next 2 years for students. 3 have to do with the Mitch Daniels School of Business that is on here, and the others are just maintenance and alignment with our strategic plan. So for this first project, it is the Fuse lease. We have been before you with this building before. We're seeking to lease 175 beds from Madison Lofts LLC, who owns Fuse West Lafayette. This lease will be for both the 2024 upcoming fall and then 2025. The lease is a renewal from current academic year, and it is actually consolidating 2 smaller leases into one, which is at the request of Fuse ownership. By wrapping these smaller leases into one, we are able to lock in better long-term prices and secure year-over-year savings. We estimate saving roughly $250,000 in the first year and $200,000 in the second year. We do not generate profits on these leases. This is the first lease out of 3 that you will see. Our goal is to negotiate these savings and then to pass them along to students. So the value of this lease is $4,585,746 and will be paid from auxiliary funds and housing and dining funds.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Just a quick question. Okay, you're looking at about 1,500 or so beds with these leases. And you said, your comments basically said that they don't make any money off of this house. So with the growth of the universities all around and some adopted this type of model, what is the long-term goal for Purdue in regards to their student housing? Will it continue to just be leased out or on the private market or what? Do you guys, is that part of your strategic plan for the university?
Sure, absolutely. And we've recently been working on updating our strategic plan around housing. Our goal is to consolidate and to have less master leases that we're bringing to you today. We do have a building that was brought before you a little bit ago, Hillenbrand South, which will be university owned and built to add more beds. Later, as I cover another lease, I actually have the numbers for you in terms of our growth in enrollment and then our growth in housing available for students. So this is a topic we're continuing to talk about in West Lafayette. Specifically, we work very closely with the city to ensure that we're keeping up with our portion of beds available for students, as well as having other options throughout the city and the surrounding area for students. So, and when that update on the housing is finalized, I'm happy to share that strategic plan with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Garten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that testimony on this particular lease. I guess just as a preliminary question, I'm going to ask you later on your other leases too.
Sure.
So that breaks out to about $26,204.26 per bed.
So this is a lease over 2 years.
Okay.
So the first year, it's about $12,598 per bed. The second year, about $13,606 per bed. We do have, Fuse is on the portal, and I'm trying to look. I can get you the amount that we charge for this one for the upcoming year that students are paying. I do have it for the next 2 leases, but it's available online. We don't have rates for fiscal year 26 yet. We will likely set those in probably at our December board meeting.
No, I would appreciate that. Yeah, especially if you're saying if you're in the red or break even on these, I'm just curious what that looks like. And,
Sure.
Yep, thank you. And I guess, is that an average? Is that a fair average across most of your leases?
Yes, I would say so. And I can give you, in the next two coming up, the price per bed for those. And this Fuse is a apartment complex that is leased per bed. That's really common now for all of our leases and what we see across the country in terms of how these apartment complexes made for students around universities are kind of going up now per bed, and then it is comparable for market rate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Continue, please.
Okay, so the next project is the Wesley Foundation. This is one of the three I mentioned that goes along with the Mitch Daniels School of Business. In this project, we're seeking your approval of the purchase of 0.44 acres of land from the Wesley Foundation along Mitch Daniels Boulevard, and then we will be transferring 0.32 acres on Waldron Street to the Wesley Foundation. This transaction will enable the growth of the Daniels School of Business as a new business school building is going to be built, and then allow for a smooth relocation of the Wesley Foundation and their operations to students. Once the transaction is complete, the Wesley Foundation building being purchased will actually be demolished for Mitch Daniels School of Business, and then they will be building a new building to continue their operations on this other site. So the cost of the project is $7.5 million. It will be funded from gift funds. This was part of the fundraising campaign for the Mitch Daniels School of Business.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
The next is Chi Omega property purchase and land. This aligns with our strategic plan. We're seeking your approval of a transaction where Purdue will purchase 0.6 acres on Waldron Street in West Lafayette. This was the same area as the Wesley Foundation from Chi Omega, and then lease 0.4 acres to Chi Omega just one block north. Will build their new sorority house. This transaction is going to enable CHIO to build a new facility and be located in a neighborhood with 11 other Greek houses. And then for Purdue, the transaction is beneficial because we're able to purchase land at a strategic location near campus for us. And this project is $4 million, which will come from operating funds reserves.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
So the next project is our Mitchell E. Daniels Junior School of Business building. The cost of this project is $168 million, which will be funded through gift funds. This is a building that is for students. It will have little office space, and it will actually be the second largest building at 164,000 gross square feet. It will include instructional space, research labs for things like financial trading, data visualization, behavioral research, and a large format instructional and conference spaces. To answer some questions that I could see, why $1,000 per gross square foot? So this building, if you could see the renderings, it actually has a glass exterior, which does contribute to the cost. But what we found is that natural light really improves the mental health and productivity of our students. We are also demolishing two buildings, so the Wesley Foundation and then the Krannert Center for Executive Education as part of this project. And then we are doing some renovations to the existing Krannert building, and then Krannert and this new Mitch Daniels School will be connected through a tunnel. So just a couple points on enrollment growth. For fall of 2024, undergrad applications were up 18% compared to fall of 23. Undergrad enrollment is expected to be 4,000 students, up from more than 1,600 students previously, and graduate programs are expected to nearly double in size to 2,000 students by 2030. Compared to our fall of 2021 enrollment. And so this building, we are building for the future of the Mitch Daniels School.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Senator Garten.
I just want to be on the record as stating, I think $1,024.39 a square foot is obscene. I think it's obscene. For windows?
I would say it's not just windows. That includes the cost of demolishing buildings, additional renovation to another building, connecting those via tunnel. We also include the cost of equipment and furniture in our projects. What we bring before you is the cost of everything for a project, not just the construction cost for the building.
I appreciate you stating that. That gives me, I guess, a little more sense of comfort, but I would love to see those breakdowns.
Sure, I'm happy to give that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Continue, please.
Okay, so the next project is the Fort Wayne Music Center addition. This was in the most recent budget bill, funded with $15 million from the budget, $7 million from gift funds, for a total of $22 million. The Purdue University Fort Wayne School of Music opened a remote learning facility at the Sweetwater Sound campus in 2018. We are leasing approximately 8,200 gross square feet. And so the initial lease term there was for 6 years, ending in November of 2023, with 3 one-year mutual extensions available through 2026. When completed, this building will allow us to then terminate that lease and will be an additional 2,600 gross square feet. For the School of Music, the undergrad enrollment has increased approximately 55% since that remote facility opened with Sweetwater Sound in 2018.
Thank you. Questions? Continue, please.
Okay, so the next project is the Burke Aquatic Center Mechanical, which serves intercollegiate athletics and campus recreation and wellness programs. This project is $11.75 million, with $8.15 million coming from auxiliary funds and $3.6 million in auxiliary funds athletics. We are replacing 5 air handling units and condensers with new units served by campus chilled water. The chilled water piping, pumps, and heat exchangers and temperature controls will be replaced and installed, and supporting electrical, mechanical, and sprinkler systems will be adjusted. We are also upgrading the existing pool water filtration and chemical systems.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
The next project, this is a Lux on Capital lease. This lease is actually for Purdue in Indianapolis. You may be familiar with the building. It's at the corner of Capitol and Michigan here downtown. This is for 400 beds and 122 apartments. The total cost is over 2 academic years, so that's $9,140,022. So per bed for year 1, it will be $11,259 per bed. In year 2, it is approximately $11,591. The annual rate for this property, it will be starting at $12,500 for students. And we will not be leasing the entire complex. Previous to us, these were just leased by other, largely students at IUPUI. And I do want to note, this will be the secondary option for our students at Purdue in Indianapolis. We will also have the North Residence Halls, where we can house 680 students. Those are single rooms with bathrooms, and then also double rooms. Those rooms for students start at $8,191.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
So project number 8 is the Third and West lease. This is on the West Lafayette campus. The building this building is actually under construction right now. It is not completed. They are building on ground leased by the Purdue Research Foundation, and the facility will be owned by Collegiate Housing Foundation. In April of 2023, back to Representative Porter's earlier question about our long-term plan, our Board of Trustees approved a resolution confirming their support for this development by PRF of around $1,000 bed student housing project. So since 2013, Purdue enrollment has increased 31%, while the number of on-campus beds will have increased 35% after these new projects, which include Hillenbrand South University-owned housing, are completed. The total lease commitment, again, is over 2 years at $20,619,091 for 984 beds in a total of 401 apartments. To give you a sense of the cost per bed, year one, that is $10,254. Year two, $10,700. Again, rates are not yet set for this because it will be completed, not for this upcoming academic year, but for fall of '25. We plan to set those in December.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
So the last project before you also is related to the Mitch Daniels School of Business. It is a graduate house parking garage demolition. It is $8 million in total, with $5 million from gift funds and $3 million from auxiliary funds. This project is part of the total fundraising for the Mitch Daniels School, which is why you see the gift funds. The garage is at the end of its useful life. It's 60 years old. It would require costly repairs. It's currently 2 stories, one on grade, one under grade. And then once demolished, the site will be restored at ground level to a courtyard, and it will provide green space for students.
Senator Mishler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. You must really be marketing this Mitch Daniels School of Business all over the country, because last week my kid is at the Harvard School of Business at Miami, Florida, and he sends me this text. I'm at a presentation for this dude named James Ballard, and his slideshow has Purdue University Mitchell E. Daniels Jr. Business School logo all over it.
I believe he's talking about Dean Jim Bullard, who is the dean of the Mitch Daniels School of Business.
You just travel all over the country and market the school.
I am not sure what he's up to these days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, thank you for your presentation. Next, we have Ivy Tech. Come forward, please, your project.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing the Ivy Tech request for our Fort Wayne campus this morning. We appreciate you taking the time. We know you have a big agenda, so we'll get moving. The college is requesting $60 million in bonding authority. This would be non-state fee-replaced debt, requesting to repurpose $2.4 million of a $3 million cash appropriation from 2017 biennium for Harshman Hall, and the authority for up to $3.65 million in donations for a renovation and new construction project on our Fort Wayne campus. The project would be constructing 50,000 square foot nursing building. We would be demolishing in 1965 and 1968 buildings, Carroll Hall and Harshman Hall, which were originally part of the Fort Wayne Developmental Health Facility. And we would be renovating portions of our Coliseum campus and student services area. We anticipate that we will have a lease reduction of 23,000 square feet and reduce the total gross square footage of the campus by 116,000 gross square foot, with operational savings of $661,000. The project addresses campus ongoing deferred maintenance needs through construction renovation and the elimination of the deteriorating facilities and unneeded gross square foot. Construction of the 50,000 square foot nursing and healthcare science building will provide a hospital-like environment and help us address the state's healthcare workforce needs. We anticipate, based on the completion of that project, that we'll be able to increase our nursing and healthcare enrollment by the end of the project by 215 headcount, 168 full-time equivalent. And for our Coliseum campus changes, we anticipate a growth of 216 students, headcount 126 FTE. Total enrollment growth anticipated at the Fort Wayne campus by 2030, 2031 would be increasing 1,000 students, headcount, and 775 FTE. Fort Wayne is our second largest campus currently. We have about 12,000 students, about 6,400 FTE. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation. Next, I believe we have Vincennes University. I'm sorry, yes, Vincennes, sure do. Go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tony Hahn, Vice President, Government and Legal Affairs, Vincennes University. I have one project for your consideration today. This is a $4.6 million completely gift-funded addition on our Vincennes campus. This is a 7,200 square foot addition to the Red Skelton Performing Arts Center. The Red Skelton Performing Arts Center is an 850-seat auditorium that was funded by this body back in 2005 and serves an important function for the community. Within that center is the Red Skelton Museum of American Comedy. Now, you may or may not know that Red Skelton was born literally across the parking lot from this facility and is arguably Vincennes' most famous resident. The addition comes as a gift from Red's widow, Lothian, who turned 89 back in October. This would add 7,200 square feet to the museum that would serve as meeting space, community gathering space, and an art gallery for Red was a prolific painter at the end of his life. And so we will have all of those paintings. This will add archival space. This will add a gallery. It will seat several hundred for community events and for university events. This is funded completely by a gift from Red's widow. And because of the nature of the space and how we'll use it, it is not included in the state R&R formula. We're working on an additional gift that would serve as a quasi-endowment to handle the repair and rehabilitation for the entire Red Skelton Performing Arts Theater.
Thank you. Any questions? I want to say thanks for hosting us last October. That was a very, very nice presentation. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm glad you could come.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have the University of Southern Indiana.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Aaron Trump, University of Southern Indiana. I'm here today on our academic renovations phase 1 project. This project was reviewed by this body in December of 2022 and re-reviewed by the Commission for Higher Education in January of this year. This project will affect the renovation totally of the Wright Building, which has cycled through a variety of uses since its initial construction in 1968 without renovation, and will also complete the final renovation of our health professions, which will deal with updated classrooms, instructional laboratories, student study spaces, and technology infrastructure. I know we have a packed agenda, but I want to say thank you to this committee. This is a really big deal for USI. It's a big deal for Evansville. It's going to allow us to serve our healthcare partners better down there, and also will allow us to partner with contractors, tradespeople all over the Southwest region, and it's going to be really a catalyst for the economy down there.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Ball State University. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Becca Poltz-Rice, and I serve as the Vice President for Governmental Relations and Industry Engagement here at Ball State University, and thrilled to come before you today. I'll be seeking approval for a set of 4 projects that are all part of our village development project. So I'll give a little introduction first and then move through the projects, but it really is a prime example of how our institution acts as a catalyst for our community, for our region, and for the state. It brings nearly $200 million of investment to our community, something we haven't seen in quite some time, if ever, and that's just initially. In the materials that we submitted to you, I don't generally bring this up at this juncture, but I think it's really important for you to see not just the detailed presentation for the whole package of the project, but there was a release that showed that this was one of the projects that the Lilly Endowment
awarded $35 million as part of their college and community collaboration grant, also recognizing that value as a catalyst. It was recognized as our region's top priority for the READY development grants, and we used it as the key example of how we hope all of those projects that we will pursue during the process will also serve as catalysts. And so I think that's really important just to consider as you think about this set of 4 projects. As background, the Village is the commercial district immediately adjacent to our campus. And while once vibrant, now has some vacant storefronts and is less appealing. I used to walk there as a child, and it's a much different place now. Its state is certainly weakened. Although even with the announcement of these projects, has actually started to turn around a bit. We have actually been planning for these projects for more than 20 years. I got a congratulations from Dr. Tom on the way in, who certainly remembers his time at Ball State thinking through some of this. But we've been working for all of that time, including Dr. Tom, for over 20 years thinking about acquiring those properties that led to this, saving the dollars so that when you see some of those operational dollar investments, it's because of that. And so it really is because this is a really, really important tool for student recruitment and retention, as well as employee recruitment and retention. So it is certainly in our interest. We also want to be that catalyst for our community and region. It will strengthen our connection to the community and to the region and shrink that distance between our university and the downtown. And it will provide a best-in-class hotel, the only hotel of its kind in our region. And so it's so important to all of our regional stakeholders when they're trying to get site selectors to the region and to stay in the region and to decide that that is a worthy investment of what they're trying to do. Our developer, Fairmount Properties, was engaged in all of the projects and was really interested in the partnering with us because of the strength of our performing arts programs. And you may recall your last investment in Ball State University was capital renovations related to the performing arts. And it significantly impacted those buildings. And those are the programs that are the hook for the investment and how it is Fairmount believes these investments will play out. And so I do think it's an exciting opportunity to have a multi-generational district. We're going to have lots of amenities. It's not to increase the cost of college, but it's to really bring the community and the region together with our students to create opportunities and vibrancy in our community. So the first project that I'll bring to you today is a build, operate, transfer agreement for the Performing Arts Center. The previous capital investments that I mentioned before from the previous biennium, they turned the old university theater that we had into classroom space and updated additional classroom space. And so that is what ensures the success of the project. This center now will serve as the student laboratory for our musical theater program, which is nationally recognized and will serve the programs that help support the region's creative economy, including those technicians, the scene shop, and all of those different majors that come around and think about how we make those performances really a draw for folks to enter our campus community. The Performing Arts Center will be a 67,000 square foot facility with a 420-seat main stage theater and a 175-seat black box studio, complete with a scene shop, costume shop, dressing rooms, and green rooms. It will be programmed over 160 days a year and serve more than 35,000 event attendees annually. The approval item will authorize Ball State University to sign an agreement with the affiliated entity of Fairmount Properties to lead the design and construction of the Performing Arts Center and transfer to us after 30 days of operating. And all of those design contracts and construction contracts do flow through Fairmount Properties. The project cost is not to exceed $69.9 million. $6 million of that is to be for improvements and infrastructure types of pieces to it. It will be financed by gift funds of $42.5 million of non-fee replaced debt, or by gift funds of the $42.5 million, non-fee replaced debt of $25.4 million, and there'll be local investment of $2 million from the Muncie Redevelopment Commission. We do have the cash to pay for this building in hand, but it's advisable to keep those cash investments invested and to those funds invested and rather take out a lower interest non-fee replaced debt. So with that, are there questions on the first approval item?
Any questions? Thank you.
Can you tell we're
please?
excited? The second approval item is a ground lease, also on the site one of what we're calling, and it is for the hotel. It is authorizing Ball State University to sign a 75-year ground lease with affiliate entities of Sachet Hotels, an Indiana organization, and they will have full rights to build, own, and operate a hotel facility on the land. The hotel will be a Tapestry by Hilton with 95 guest rooms, a 4,300 square foot bar and restaurant with outdoor seating and direct access to the Performing Arts Center lobby space. There'll be 1,100 square feet of meeting spaces, and it's planned to work well with both our existing campus spaces as well as the other meeting spaces within our community, the convention center, as well as I know you all have seen the Marriott Erskine Green partnership, and they have some meeting space, but we are all trying to make this work together, so we believe it's the right size of meeting space. There'll also be a 4,300 square foot rooftop bar and a lounge with a covered outdoor terrace. As part of that agreement, Ball State will provide the tenant, Sachet, with an improvement allowance to help close their financing gap associated with the cost of construction of the hotel, not to exceed $10 million. That comes from operating reserves as well. Ball State will then receive base rate payments starting at $1,000 per year, but then increasing to $100,000 per year by year 13 or the 11th year of operation. Additionally, we will receive an incentive fee equal to 5% of the net operating income starting in year 13, again, the 11th year of operations. And we believe this will be a good investment as well moving forward. We will be repaid in full for tenant improvement contributions as part of any sort of capital event such as a sale or refinancing, and the university would also have the right of first refusal for sale of the hotel during the time of the lease. Any questions on that particular?
Questions? Thank you. Continue, please.
Okay. The next item for approval is the Village Development Center for Innovation. And this approval item is another build, operate, transfer agreement with affiliated entity of Fairmount Properties for the design, construction, and initial operation for the new Center for Innovation, which will then be transferred to the university after the 30 days. The center, with cost not to exceed $21.3 million, will serve students, faculty, community members, and the private sector in a space that fosters collaboration and knowledge sharing. It will include 31,425 gross square feet that will include classrooms, lab space, gathering space, assembly space, office space, and storage. It will bring together many of our most innovative programs and will actually be just down the path from the new East Quad, which you know because of the state investments houses our lab sciences as well as health professions. If you walk just a bit more down that path, you get to the side of the library. Tiny little preview. That's something that we'll be talking with you over the next session about, but those two buildings will work together, thinking about how student success and integrating with our innovative economy and entrepreneurs can benefit both our students and our local and regional economy. So in sum, it will just bring together lots of folks in a way that I think will be, again, a catalyst, which is really the theme of, I think, the full package of this. The project is financed through $18.8 million of non-fee replaced debt and gift funds of $2.5 million. As with the Performing Arts Center, we could have paid for this with cash, but of course, the investment dollars are working better for us in the market. So we chose to do that and are taking the debt. Any questions on the center?
Questions? Thank you. Continue.
Okay, and the last one is the Village Development land purchase. This item authorizes Ball State University to proceed with the purchases of 7 properties from our affiliate, from an affiliate of our foundation, Cardinal Properties. 2 properties will be for the Center for Innovation, and 5 will be ground leased to the affiliate entity of Fairmount Properties at a later date. And those properties will be purchased with operating reserves at the same price that the Cardinal Properties actually originally purchased those properties between 2012 and 2016. So I do think it's helpful to know that we're not making a profit one way or another on those sorts of things. So with that, happy to take questions on that.
Any questions? Thank you. I will comment, this has been a long time in the planning, 20 years. I was taking a class at Ball State University 24 years ago, and Dr. Tom gave me a tour of this vision. So what he gave me that tour of this vision is what we have before us today. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And next, I believe we have Indiana State.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. My name is Diane McKee. I serve as the Senior Vice President for Finance and Administration and Treasurer at Indiana State. We are here today to seek approval to expend $9,780,686 for the renovation of the Chestnut Building, which is the former College of Nursing building on our campus, to house the Early Childhood Education Development Center. The relocation and expansion of the center has been a priority of our campus master plans for some time. The current location is located on US 41 south of campus. It is not convenient for our students or staff, and it has no ability to be renovated to accommodate an increase in capacity. The project scope includes upgrades to building mechanical, electrical, and fire suppression systems to meet state child care licensing and national accreditation standards, as well as a new elevator and appropriate security access systems to serve the needs of the facility. The funding is comprised of a $1 million grant from the Wabash River Regional Development Authority, $1 million in American Recovery Plan Act, or ARPA dollars from the city of Terre Haute, and an additional $3 million of ARPA funds from Vigo County, and finally $4,780,686 from the Lilly Endowment through the Colleges and Community Collaboration Initiative. I do want to point out that the ARPA funds must be expended no later than December of 2026, so there is a time constraint to this. Renovation work will begin this summer, and we anticipate completion of the summer of 2025, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. How many students do you project you'll be serving through that?
Well, we currently have capacity for 86 children, and this renovation will double that capacity. And this is infants, toddlers, pre-K.
What is that? So break that down. I'm sorry, I didn't run the math on me real quick. So what is that per student on the investment?
It is, this is I don't have that calculated, I'll be honest. This is a former classroom building, and so the renovation to meet the child care standards it's really a little more extensive than what we would do for a classroom building.
So I'm sorry, and I apologize. Give me the number one more time. You said you thought it would double. You serve how many now?
This will increase the capacity to 164 children.
And you serve how many now?
86.
And that total project's going to cost 9.7?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you for your presentation. Next, we have Indiana University, Dr. Tom.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good to be with you this morning. Let me also congratulate my colleagues at Ball State, since that was referenced. That was a congratulations to them. It's a great project. And Mr. Chairman, when you and I were walking around that campus, the scary part is that we can probably remember in our mind's eye that Becca was a toddler walking around the village at that time. And here we are. On behalf of Indiana University, I've got two projects for you this morning. Thank you to the committee for considering them and placing them on the agenda. The first one is at the Bloomington campus. It is consistent with our new initiative regarding the growth of the research enterprise throughout Indiana University, and this one in particular on the Bloomington campus. We are in process right now of hiring 100 new faculty researchers on the Bloomington campus. And of course, as you know, when you hire new research faculty, they require labs. And our first step in this has been not to come in and look at building new lab space, but in renovating our existing lab space. And so we've gone through an extensive effort in examining labs in 8 buildings across the campus, and identifying labs that are in need of renovation or are underutilized because they're in need of renovation. We've identified 94,000 square feet of lab space that can be renovated, and then therefore would house these new researchers. It is to some degree an enormous chess game, moving researchers around, but also addressing the current needs of the research environment, which are in things like cybersecurity and biomedical research and cyber infrastructure. And so we look forward to this project, renovating these spaces within neighborhoods of the university to have like research be around like research. As I said, $45 million will be funded by indirect cost recovery on research funds, and utilizing bonding statute allows us to bond off of that indirect cost recovery. Again, will be funded from research. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Can you please? Okay. And the second project today is here in Indianapolis for the IU School of Medicine, renovation of the first floor of Fessler Hall and part of the second floor of Fessler Hall. Fessler is one of the original historic buildings of the School of Medicine, located in the original hospital complex adjacent to University Hospital. This has been an ongoing series of renovations that we're doing, anticipating that in time University Hospital will be brought down or emptied as the new hospital complex is built on North Capitol. So this is for the departments of obstetrics, and a few others, and it is $5.1 million funded by the IU School of Medicine. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Morrison. Quick question, are the bonding rates getting any better? Since you are bonding this, right?
No, this one's out of cash reserves.
Cash reserves, okay.
The previous one was bonding, and maybe to your question on that one.
Yes, sir, please, thank you.
That was, it's stabilizing. It's not what it was a few years ago, and clearly, but we've worked that into the financing model.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Morrison.
Any further questions? Thank you. Thank you. I believe next we're ready to start the review items, and I have on the list first Marian University. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and the members of the State Budget Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about the Indiana Primary Care Scholarship. My name is Kyle Hattenberg, and I serve as the Assistant Vice President of Health Professions Enrollment Management at Marian University in the College of Osteopathic Medicine. In our first 7 classes, as of May 2023, we have graduated over 1,000 new osteopathic medical students. Of those, over 150 have participated in the Primary Care Scholarship Program. Specifically, our graduates in our first 7 classes, primary care areas of family medicine, internal medicine, OB/GYN, pediatrics, and general psychiatry rank in the top 7 specialty areas our students are completing residencies in. So far this year, as of February 2nd, 2024, We have awarded 118 scholarships totaling $1.5 million. We expect that number to rise to 140 scholarships awarded by the end of this academic year, as stated in our request letter under the 23-24 academic year projection header. Overall, the decision to incentivize students to work in primary care and serve the state of Indiana after graduation has been overwhelmingly positive. One of our core missions at the College of Osteopathic Medicine is to produce primary care physicians for the state of Indiana. Annually, more than half of our incoming students are residents of the state, with our newest class being the highest, with 73% being from Indiana. If you look at osteopathic physicians nationally, nearly 57% practice in primary care. For Marion, over 60% of our students historically go on to residencies in primary care. In 2023, 45% of Marion students matched into residency programs in the state of Indiana. However, of the students who received the primary care scholarship, on average, we see 71% of those students matching into the state of Indiana. And of that group who have now completed their residencies, 95% have stayed in the state of Indiana and are now practicing in more than 30 counties across the state. With that, I would welcome any other questions.
Any questions? Representative Porter? Okay.
I yield.
Okay. Senator Dostoski?
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Representative Porter. I would just be curious, overall, what is the percentage of, like, it lists 8% overall program participants, 5% self-described, Black, African, and American 3%. What are these percentages overall in conjunction?
Those are obviously those are specific to the students that are taking the primary care scholarship. To our entire class, on average, our classes are usually about 12% of underrepresented medicine students.
And in regards with women, what type of a percentage is that recruitment?
Yes, so for women in the class of whole, so the class that just started, we had 65% female in that class.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Nagowski, for starting this conversation. And you mentioned 73% residents stay in Indiana. Mm-hmm. And you talked about the percentage of minorities in regards to your program. Are they staying in Indiana? If so, are they going to underserved areas, rural and urban? Because as we know, when we first started this program, it was designated to go to underserved area. Then all of a sudden, it was omitted from the initiative that we started way back 10 years ago. So,
and so representing over 30 counties, obviously there's a lot of underserved areas in Indiana. And yes, we are seeing students go both into rural and urban underserved areas. And so a number of students, for instance, we have a number here in the Marion County, and then we have them across the state in rural areas as well.
Are you encouraging those practices to go to those urban areas? Because there are medical deserts here within the state of Indiana.
Absolutely. One of the, I think, benefits.
And what are those initiatives, please?
Yeah, so one of the benefits of the way that we're able to do our clinical rotations, first of all, is we get them across the state of Indiana. So a number of students, obviously, will do rotations, and they'll do them all over. So we have students that have to go outside. All of our students have to go outside Indianapolis at one point, right? So a lot of their rotations in the third and fourth years will be in the city of Indianapolis, but then we get them out into all of the different areas. There was a map on, I believe, the third page that shows all of our different rotations that students go, and they're in both urban areas and rural areas. We have students that all of our students will have an opportunity to be in a larger academic teaching hospital, and then also more of a rural, small, community-based clinics. Osteopathic medicine as a whole has served underserved areas on a higher percentage. And we have seen that continue here at Marion.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Senator Skoski?
Thank you again, I appreciate your time. So with the numbers you're providing, how does that compare to the profession overall currently?
For where they're going to serve?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're seeing right on par. We actually are a little bit above the national average of our students staying in Indiana and staying in our state, and then also serving in underserved areas.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. Presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Commission on Higher Education. We have the Franco Bannert Awards. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the State Budget Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Seth Hinshaw. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Indiana Commission for Higher Education. And with me today, I'm joined by Michelle Ashcraft, our Chief Program Officer. And we are pleased to walk you through the Commission's proposed 2024-2025 schedule of awards for the Franco Bannert Grant. Before we get into that, I am confident some number of you have probably heard about some of the challenges going on with the FAFSA, and I thought it would be worthwhile to ask Michelle to give you a quick update on what's going on with FAFSA and where Indiana stands in that process.
Thank you, Seth. Yes. Many of you know that in the past several years, the FAFSA has opened on October 1st, and as a result of the rollout of the new FAFSA, there were some delays this year. It was expected to open fully at the end of December, and it actually opened fully at the beginning of January. And there have been several ongoing issues with the ability for individuals to be able to file that FAFSA and for that information to be able to get to states and institutions. We are receiving those files now, and so our state is ingesting those into our Scholar Track system as our institutions to prepare to release financial aid awards. I did want to share that we do have some success going on in our state. FAFSA filing is down across the country about 40%, but we are currently leading the nation in closing that gap. So we are ranked first right now in the country for closing that gap and are down just about 29%. And we'll certainly continue efforts to not only get students to submit that form, but to make sure that any corrections that are necessary will be made in a timely manner so we can get those financial aid packages out.
You have any reporter? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at the Commission, Independent Colleges of Indiana, we had a big discussion on Tuesday in regards to this. And the date was April 15th. Has that date been extended or not?
That's a great question. We use April 15th as a priority deadline. And so that date has currently not been extended, and we don't intend to extend the deadline. But what we have historically done is funded students first come, first serve after that deadline. We use it as a priority to encourage as early filing as possible and to encourage students to make corrections in a timely manner. And so we will fund those who file by April 15th and qualify for the various state aid programs that we have, and then continue to fund as long as monies are available, first come, first serve after that date.
Okay, thank you. So with that first come, first serve basis, you know there's also a gap in regards to students that parents and students that may apply. There's disparity.
Yes.
So my concern is those who have the capabilities of getting that information in early, of course, first come, first serve, but those who might need it more may be lagging. And so what are we going to do with that? Is it first come, first serve hard comment, or are we going to be flexible to help those students who really need it just as much, if not more, the other individuals who have applied for, who have filled out their FAFSA?
Yes, excellent question. Two responses to consider for that. One is we have the ability when we receive the FAFSA information for an individual to students to see the individual dates that it was signed by the student and their contributors, whether that is parent, spouse, whatever that may be. And we have committed to using the student signature for awarding. So we will consider, there are many students right now who have been able to file their portion, but their parents have not been able to do theirs. We will award based on the student doing their part. So as long as they were able to get that in by April 15th, and then again, first come, first serve after that, we will prioritize that student filing date and work with them to get the corrections necessary for their parent portion if necessary. The other thing that we do is we have a very robust appeals processes for all of our state aid programs. And so we are very aware of specific concerns that have caused certain student populations to not be able to file or meet that deadline. And so our outreach team is working with our school partners and our community partners to ensure that students are informed of those appeal processes, and we will work through those to make sure that we can award students as well.
Thank you. Senator Garten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said fast food filings are down 40% nationally. Indiana's down 29%.
Yes,
what do you credit that to?
That's specifically for the class of 2024. We don't yet have those rates for continuing college students or for adult students who may be returning. The largest reason I would say is significant glitches in preventing students to be able to access the form itself, as well as to complete that form. There have been several errors with the release of the new form, many of which are still being created or fixed. And so in order to file, students and their families first have to create what's called an FSA ID, and it's essentially a login to even be able to access the form. And there have been significant issues for people to be able to create those.
So it's a
IDs.
software interface issue?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So really quickly, we want to give a high-level refresher for the members of the committee on what O'Bannon is and why we're bringing this before you today. So at a very high level, Frank O'Bannon grant is made up of two separate grants: the Higher Education Award, which is what's provided to public and proprietary institutions, and the Freedom of Choice Award, which is provided to private institutions and proprietary institutions. And it's about $167 million in state appropriation each year. I'll get a little bit more into the financial picture in just a moment. We use the federal application, the free application of federal student aid to determine eligibility for the state's program. And that's why we've talked a little bit about FAFSA. We'll give you a quick refresher on where all this is kind of coming from at the federal level. So we are in some ways beholden to the challenges that we're facing coming from the Federal Department of Education with regards to the rollout of the new FAFSA. Frank O'Bannon covers tuition and regularly assessed fees. There is an 8-year time limit for a student to use it once they have started receiving it. Unlike the 21st Century Scholarship Program, Frank O'Bannon is not limited to recent high school graduates. Adult learners are also able to utilize the Frank O'Bannon grant, which is something that's somewhat unique to it between those two programs. The Commission for Higher Education voted in our March meeting to approve this schedule of awards that we're about to show you. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. And what I want to highlight is we're largely looking to maintain the current schedule of awards. So this is the schedule of awards that's effective in the current academic year, the current fiscal year, with one exception. You'll notice the very first column that shows negative 1,500 to 0. That column in the current schedule of awards just shows 0. And that's because for the first time, the federal government has included a negative 1,500 as an amount that someone's need can go to. And the reason for this is we're moving from the expected family contribution, which is something you've probably heard before, to now what is calculated and referred to as the student aid index. And the way in which the federal government determines your level of need is very different between those two things. And so that will have a substantive impact on the Frank O'Bannon grant, kind of as a downstream recipient of that data from the federal government. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I just want to highlight that expenditures were really in decline since the late teens. We go back to 2019 here to show you. And we received, with the review of this body 2 years ago, a 35% increase on the maximum award for the Frank O'Bannon grant. And so what you can see here is from 2023 to fiscal 24, we're anticipating a pretty significant increase in expenditures to the tune of nearly $40 million. And you'll see there the red line represents the fund balance that has grown over the last 5 or 6 years. And so you'll see for the first time in the current fiscal year, we're anticipating to not grow the fund balance, and we actually expect to have to dip into that fund balance by a couple $1 million. And this is really in line with what we presented 2 years ago when we mentioned we would begin spending down that fund balance as part of the 35% increase in awards. However, as we did then, we will remind you today, we still maintain our commitment to live within the appropriation, utilizing tools such as the priority deadline and other tools that we have to stay within the appropriation once the fund balance has been exhausted for the purposes of this program. We'd like to do just a few more quick highlights about the FAFSA and some of the changes and what's kind of driving some of the disruption that we're seeing today.
Yeah, moving to a couple slides past this one.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
Apologies.
you. Sorry, thank you.
I believe you.
There we go. Next slide, please. So we've already mentioned that, again, the FAFSA opened about 3 months late than what we are anticipating. Still to be heard if the next go-around will open in October 1st of the coming year. And the next slide just goes over some key changes to understand in the context of Franco-Bannon. The FAFSA is certainly a federal application. It does allow students to access federal aid. As Seth mentioned, we also utilize that for all of our need-based programs for state aid. Our institutions also use the FAFSA to award institutional aid. That may come in the form of scholarships, or it may come in the form of tuition discounting as well. This is certainly, the new rollout has been part of what's called the FAFSA Simplification Act, and the most important components to know in the context of Franco-Bannon, as Seth mentioned, is the shift from the expected family contribution to the student aid index. It's a completely different calculation to determine the need that students may have. What we do know from the federal government is that we are expecting that student aid index to make more students eligible for need-based aid, and of those who are need-based eligible, to be eligible for the maximum award. In consideration of federal and state aid, that would mean you would see more students eligible for the federal Pell Grant, as well as the maximum federal Pell Grant. And then what you'll see for the Franco-Bannon schedule of awards is we should see students move down that schedule into the larger amounts that they would be eligible for as they move into those lower eligibility categories.
Thank you. So kind of the brass tacks of what this means for Indiana, what we've provided the committee is really an identification of what the maximum exposure of maintaining the current schedule of awards is with the change from EFC to student aid index. And we highlight, as Michelle mentioned, not only do we expect to see more students qualify for some amount of aid because of the change of the formula, we also expect more students to move from a lower dollar amount to a higher dollar amount on that index because of the calculation changes. But one of the simple realities is, Michelle mentioned earlier, the 3-month delay in even opening the FAFSA to be filed for students delayed our ability to begin collecting and estimating and projecting by 3 months. And then that was followed by the last 4 months of delay after delay, error after error, a lot of, frankly, Senator, to your point, IT issues, software issues, recalculations. Michelle, what percentage do we estimate of students will have to go back and correct errors and fix problems?
Yeah, nationally right now we're expecting about 40% of what has been submitted so far will need to be recalculated by the federal government.
So all of that has to be done before the state starts receiving essentially the back-end data associated with these aid indexes. And until we get that, we can't shore up our projections and estimates of what the Franco-Bannon impact will be. Something that's been very important to the commission as we've talked through this process, and keeping in line with the commitments that we made 2 years ago to this body, though, is to live within the appropriation once that carry forward balance is spent down. We anticipated at the time that spend down, setting aside the FAFSA Simplification Act, would be 5 or 6 years before we would kind of get to an annual spend that would need to be brought into the appropriation level. What we're showing you here today, obviously, is a dramatic acceleration of that. But one thing I really want to stress, this is the maximum exposure. It is highly unlikely that we will spend $209 million this coming fiscal year out of the Franco-Bannon grant. As Michelle mentioned earlier, we use an April 15th deadline as the priority deadline. Another way of saying that is we tell students, if you get your application in, and based on your application, you're financially eligible, you will receive an award. You will be financially eligible to receive an award. After that, once we know what that cost is, that's when we begin the management process of saying, okay, based on our spend down plan, can we move the date from April 15th to, and I don't want to say a date publicly because I don't want people to think about a future date. I will share that These estimates that are on the screen are based off of prior year data. Again, normally we'd be using current year data. This coming fall and winter, we hope that the FAFSA application will open on time without any issues, in which case we will have a much better idea 6 months earlier than we do this year. But I want to highlight on the next page, going back to those financial controls, we are really basing a lot of these estimates off of a June 30th deadline. And so assuming that there is a dramatic increase in the number of students who are financially eligible, which based on what we're seeing nationally is not the case this year. Filing rates are dramatically down. And of those who are filing, a lot of those are middle-income families who previously did not file but are now filing as part of a high school graduation requirement this body passed in 2023. So I highlight that to say I don't want to alarm anyone with those large figures, but in the scenario in which we do spend that $209 million, we will still carry forward over $40 million of balance into fiscal year 26, at which point we will have a much better understanding of the impact that the FAFSA Simplification Act will have on state financial aid programs. So we're very, very confident at this point that we have this runway. And frankly, we're very grateful to the General Assembly for maintaining that financial commitment, allowing us to carry forward these funds, because doing this allows us to hold Hoosier students harmless for the snafu that's really coming from the federal government. And without this carry forward, we couldn't make that same level of commitment to them. But with that, oh, go ahead, Michelle.
The last thing that I'll share is, in the spirit of transparency, we have informed all of the financial aid representatives at all of our institutions that if you all were to approve this schedule of award, so maintaining the current schedule with that small adjustment this year, we likely would anticipate a change to the schedule of awards next year. We don't yet know what that will be because we'll have to wait until all of the accurate data for this year is in the system and we can rerun these projections. But you'll see on here that we'll plan to return to visit you this upcoming winter to be able to let you know what we anticipate those changes will be. We have asked all of those institutions to sign off on understanding that they know the schedule may change this year or next year. We've tried to be as upfront with them as possible about what that may look like in the future.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, Seth, you mentioned that you will have more students who qualify and you go from a lower to a higher dollar amount. But we're not going to get an update until, according to you, next winter. My concern is that you also alluded to burning through some of the reserves. So that fiscal cliff is going to happen if we burn through those reserves. And I guess you may be able to, now, my question is in winter. Winter, to me, is the first quarter of next year. Is that what you're talking about? Having a report, update to State Budget Committee in December or January?
Great question, Representative. We'll be able to provide an update on the actual eligible students who have filed in Indiana probably as early fall, end of summer for this coming academic year. It's only the issue of the December date is for the new schedule of awards for the 25-26 academic year. We'll come back to this body every year per statute. We'll come back every year with the new schedule of awards, assuming there's a change. But we are anticipating ultimately that while we don't know exactly what we're going to spend at this point for this coming academic year, we do know that because of the changes to the federal FAFSA and the changes to the way they calculate eligibility, with more students being eligible and more students being moved up that eligibility dollar value, so they're going to receive more, something we'll have to give because we processed our 35% increase to the Franco-Bannon grant before all of these changes came down the pipeline. We knew there were changes coming to the application, but we're still working to understand, nationally, states are still working to understand what the impact on state financial aid and university financial aid is. And frankly, we hoped we would have known by now, but because of some of these delays, it'll be late this summer, early fall before we really know what the impact is going to be. We'll provide that update to this body before we get to the next schedule of awards.
Yeah, follow up. So you used the word more on numerous occasions. So with that more, does that need more appropriations? You be coming for more appropriations in regards to this?
So our commitment in 2022, when we received approval for the 35% increase that got us back to that pre-Great Recession level of support, was that once we reached, we planned on spending down the reserves. And once we reached the point of spending down those reserves, we would live within the appropriation. So that was the commitment that we made in 22, and we're still committed to living within the appropriation today. We will, of course, make the body aware on an annual basis of what the demand side of that looks like. But our schedule of awards will be built to live within the appropriation once that spend down has occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Duly noted.
Senator Mishler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you kind of answered it, because I was going to ask what your course of action was when the reserves are gone. So I'm going to have to assume that you're going to lower the grant amounts at that point.
Great question, Senator. There's 3 tools that we have. One is the schedule of awards itself, certainly. Another is we have incentives built into Franco-Bannon that total about $10 million a year. Those are for things like graduating with an academic honors, entering with an associate's degree. There's a couple other of them I'm not recalling, but they're very academic-driven incentives. So that's one area where we could pull those back to create savings. The other one, of course, is lowering the schedule of awards. The third one is that priority deadline. The priority deadline, setting that April 15th, tens of millions of dollars worth of eligible FAFSAs get filed after that April 15th deadline in a normal year. We are expecting this year, which is not a normal year, it'll be far greater. So we have a lot of flexibility in managing to that priority deadline. I think in the future, what we'll have to get used to doing is stressing to specifically our school corporation community partners to make very clear to students that what in the past was probably what felt like a soft deadline will become a harder deadline as we get closer and closer to spending down those reserves.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe next we have FSSA, and I believe the first item we have is the Regional Mental Health Facility Grants. Floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Becky Buhner, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. I am here today to request that Delaware County be approved for $2.5 million of the funds appropriated for the Regional Mental Health Facilities Grant to redevelop an area for construction of a new 40-bed regional mental health facility. House Enrolled Act 1001, passed by the Indiana General Assembly and signed by Governor Holcomb in 2023, appropriated funds to be awarded to counties that commit to providing mental health services for incarcerated individuals who have been determined by a court to be of competent jurisdiction and to be in need of mental health treatment. The Indiana State Budget Agency, in partnership with the Indiana Family and Social Service Administration, Division of Mental Health and Addiction, and the Office of Drug Prevention, Treatment, and Enforcement, collaborated to release a procurement opportunity for the Regional Mental Health Facilities Grant. We received one response to the procurement opportunity from Delaware County, Indiana, by the Board of Commissioners, indicating a commitment to operate a regional mental health facility serving the surrounding counties for a minimum of 5 years. This new facility will be located at 3100 South Tillotson in Muncie. The county will own the facility, and it will be operated by WellPath Recovery Services. The response from Delaware County included 2 signed letters of support from Judge Dale Arnett of Randolph Superior Court and Judge David L. McCord from Henry Circuit Court 3. Both judges indicated a commitment to use this facility for referrals and/or sentencing options. Delaware County reported a total design and construction cost of just over $7.6 million, as well as a need of $560,000 for soft costs. These items total just over $8.1 million, which will be covered with the state's 2.5 contribution, $5.2 million in county funds, and just over $460,000 in redevelopment commission funds from Delaware County. All parties involved in the review and approval of this procurement opportunity believe that all legislative requirements have been met by Delaware County, Indiana Board of Commissioners and recommend a grant award of $2.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe next on the agenda, FSSA again, and in this case, the state plan amendment. Cora, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Cora Steinmetz, Director of the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning. We have one review item for you today, which is a package of waiver amendments in the home and community-based services space, and one additional waiver amendment that is related to the program launch of our Indiana Pathways for Aging program. These waivers were brought to the October Budget Committee as part of our waiver transition work. Under the waiver transition that the Family and Social Services Administration is undertaking, oversight and authority for the home and community-based services waivers are shifting between our Division of Aging into our Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services and the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning. The waivers that were previously brought in October also included the launch of the Indiana Pathways for Aging program that begins on July 1st, 2024. Following the review at the October Budget Committee, but before the submission of these waivers to our federal partners at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the forecast variance was presented, which necessitated changes to these waivers, which is why we are bringing them back for your review again. These changes include the sustainability strategies that have previously been announced on January 17th, the 2% rate indexing pause, the ability of legally responsible individuals to provide structured family caregiving, changes to our unduplicated counts and reserved capacity on the waivers, and changes to the continuity of care requirements under the Pathways program. There are also some minor clarifications and technical changes to ensure that across each of these waivers, the health and wellness waiver, the Pathways waiver, our traumatic brain injury waiver, the community integration and habilitation waiver, and the family supports waiver, we have consistency and alignment. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kador? Senator Niskoski. I looked at Senator Kador and I said Niskoski. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I didn't offend one of you. I hope not. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and review item. There is going to be a lot more involved with, especially with the Pathways program and the AAAs, trying to work out circumstances and dollars that are going to be able to continue to still allow these to go forward, because I know there's got to be a great number of variances included between the different AAAs.
Yes, thank you for that, Senator Niskoski. So just for a little bit of context, the AAAs, our area agencies on aging, as well as our independent care management companies, are currently working with the managed care entities to determine the role that they will have in the service of service coordination under the Pathways program. Any individual who is eligible for our home and community-based services waiver under the Pathways program will have a service coordinator, and that role will likely be filled by someone at the managed care entity, a AAA, or an independent care management company. So the state is working really closely with our managed care partners, which for the Pathways for Aging program is Humana, Anthem, and United Healthcare, to determine what level of interest the AAAs and independent care management companies will have in the service coordination to ensure that we have really strong programmatic protections in place for our members on July 1 and beyond.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. July 1st is going to be a monumental event in this state. Reminded of the IBM fiasco, reminded of southern transportation, southern part of the state, and I believe we're going to wind up with this situation again. We spent a lot of time in the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks of General Assembly, along with senators, trying to address this. My concern, which I have several, as you well know, about the attendant care families going to structured care and the lack of information with them. They were told one thing in September, and now it came to March. There's another discussions, and I look on the website and see that that is said through your organization that's on there, it isn't there. What is really going to happen with intended care families, because they are not, you say that the caseworkers that's supposed to be talking to them, but they talk, but they don't give any answers. Talking and giving answers are two different things, and they're not getting answers. What is really going to happen besides dancing around this whole situation in regards to going from attended care to structured care for these families?
Thank you for that question, Representative Porter. We are continuing to work really closely, as you mentioned, with the care managers to ensure that they have the most up-to-date information. We have ongoing webinars, I want to say on a bi-weekly basis with them to check in on each of these things. Again, these are our AAAs and our independent care management companies. But as you've mentioned, we have certainly identified the need to speak directly to the families and the caregivers of the individuals who are receiving attendant care services today and will receive structured family caregiving services on July 1st. So we are in the process of developing some specific communication strategies and opportunities for the state to speak directly to those families via webinars and information that we would be releasing, so that again, the care managers are a really important part of helping us get that information and education out, but we want to over-communicate because we understand this will be a change for families.
Follow up, thank you. But what are the details? I mean, I've had conversations with AAAs, and there are no details in regards to, from Humana, from Anthem, or for United Healthcare. There aren't any details. And, I know we're working on it, we're progressing on it, but July 1st is going to be here quicker than we anticipate. And I am highly alarmed by what is going to happen. So what are the details? I mean,
Absolutely. So there's two sets of changes happening sort of simultaneously in terms of the changes to structured family caregiving from the attendant care services. So certainly we need to prepare families for that right now. A portion of those individuals, those that are 60 and older, will move into managed care in the Pathways program and have Anthem, Humana, or United Care as their managed care entity for that Pathways program. Individuals who are on the age and disabled waiver today that are under 60 will remain in Medicaid fee-for-service on the health and wellness waiver. So just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity there that those individuals will not transition to a managed care entity for their services under the waiver, only those 60 and up. But to your point, we do have a really robust readiness work underway related to the Pathways program for both those members who are over 60 and on the waiver and those individuals who are not on the waiver but are over 60 and will be in the Pathways program. The readiness activity has been taking place with the managed care entities for over a year now, and we have monthly checklists. We've provided, we had a webinar yesterday that has a lot of this other information. At in.gov/pathways, there are FAQs, recorded webinars, information. Plan selection is underway for the individuals who will be in the Pathways program. They are encouraged to call the enrollment broker and select which of the 3 plans they would like to have. At that point, at the beginning of May, 60-day notices will come out that will, for those individuals who did not select a plan and are auto-assigned, it will notify them of their plan. They can still make a change to that plan selection from there. But the first time that an individual will hear from the plan by the determination of the state is in June. They will receive a welcome packet that will include plan-specific information leading into that July 1st program launch. So definitely a lot of outreach that we are doing and we will continue to do in the next 75 days before the program launch.
And that is for 60 and above?
That's correct.
Okay, what about the children? I mean, what about 60 and below?
Yes.
Because I know we are living that whole transformation in regards to that. We can talk about the $60 versus $112, the $186, $189. All that is getting in the weeds of it. But I'm talking about the children, the adults that they take care of their children. That life expectancy is not long, but give them a good quality of life. period. So what are we doing, what is the guidance for those individuals?
Thank you. So again, those individuals will not go into the Pathways program. They will not have a managed care entity. So they will continue to work with their care manager through the AAA and the state as they transition into the health and wellness waiver on July 1st. They'll remain on the aged and disabled waiver until July 1st at that time. But again, we're doing outreach to those families. The care managers are speaking with them. We've put into process claims requirements so that providers who are billing attendant care today are identifying the caregivers so that we know exactly how many legally responsible individuals are providing care under attendant care, and will then make the transition to structured family caregiving so that we make that as seamless as possible for families, and that we have insight into who they are, what pockets of the state that they are in, making sure that they're connected with a structured family caregiving provider. We have expedited for those attendant care providers who would like to become a structured family caregiving provider the certification so that they are prepared to offer those services if they so choose as the existing attendant care provider. So a lot of work underway. We know that questions still remain. We are updating FAQs on a really regular basis, and we'll continue to take feedback and can make those considerations as we continue the work to prepare for the transition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, because I'm not satisfied with the answer. I'm just not, because, we get down to the weeds of it, it's care swapping, for essentially down at that level. I just feel the vendors don't know what they need to know. And I have very little confidence, I have zero confidence at this point that it's moving forward. I know we can do more, but as I said, I really want my concerns, you and your team to come back and say, I told you so, but I don't. And I want you to say, I told you so, this is going to be all right. But I just don't feel that it's going to be right by all my conversations that I've had over the last 60 days plus with a variety of people from Northwest Indiana to Evansville, from Richmond to Terre Haute. So that's my comment. And I just don't, my spirit doesn't let me feel that I'm going to be comfortable with the outcomes.
Senator Couture.
Thank you, Director, and I appreciate your team meeting with us. I think it was Tuesday. I appreciate the update that you shared with us, and I've always enjoyed the engagement. And, it was very helpful to address many questions for me personally. And since this is a public setting, sometimes it's helpful for legislators to ask questions so that the public can feel and understand what is the latest, not just what happened in previous meetings. I think Representative Porter have asked most of my questions about the parents, the communications, and I think the level of urgency and the concern and the anxiety impacting these families across the state. To me, it's personal because in 2023, with the agency's help, the governor signed Senate Bill 438, specifically addressing the home health population, requiring FSSA before the $1 billion issue to engage the stakeholders, to engage the parents, to be sure that we have a strategic plan moving forward and so on. So we brought these families and their children to this building until today because we worked on that bill. They constantly reach out to me and say, what can we do? They recognize some changes need to happen. They recognize there was a $1 billion problem. My question to you, in full transparency for the public, there were, I think, 2 transfers out of the Medicaid Reserve and Contingency Fund. I think one was signed by the former director of SBA in February for $271 million officially. There was, I think, a $500-some million. So the $1 billion problem is not going to go away. We funded a portion of it by a couple of transfers. So the strategies that you're working on are trying to contain the cost on a move forward basis. Can you, on a very high level, you mentioned them earlier in your presentation, just quickly help us understand, and for the public to understand, on a move forward basis, here are the 3 or 4 strategies that we're working on and how much each strategy is going to be cost containment. So for example, the change on July 1st, if those who were on the attendant care by earlier January this year, they can continue. But if you are, and there's a set of parents, definition of parents, biological parents and so on, beginning July 1st, you're going to be on the structured parent program. Can you just outline maybe the 3 or 4 strategies and how much you anticipate each strategy to be cost containment out of $1 billion on a move forward basis?
And I'm happy to outline each of the strategies, some of which are contained in the waiver that is before you for review, and some that are within the agency's administrative authority or outside of the waiver, so they may not be in these waivers up for review. So as you mentioned, the change that, well, let me start with a strategy that impacts the entire Medicaid program, which is the pause on 2% rate indexing. You'll recall that with the legislature's assistance, we implemented a rate matrix, and so there's a number of provider types that were due for a 2% annual index after a recent rate update this biennium, and so we paused those. Those are across the entire Medicaid program and include state plan Medicaid providers and waiver providers under home and community-based services. The remaining strategies are within the aged and disabled waiver, which again will become the pathways and health and wellness waivers on July 1st. Pardon me. The change that I think that you were just mentioning, Senator, is regarding the ability of legally responsible individuals to provide structured family caregiving, which is a per diem service as opposed to an attendant care service, which is an hourly service. With that, we have other waiver strategies that are taking place, include reviewing of service plans. So that is the authorization for those waiver services that exist. We've made a number of eligibility changes. We had a pilot program called expedited waiver eligibility, where individuals were being added to the waiver and then their eligibility being fully determined. We've paused that. There's some other compliance pieces that we determined were necessary in terms of allowing retroactive coverage of waiver services. That's not permitted by CMS, so we stopped that practice. And so in totality, and I'm sorry, there's a couple others that service definition compliance, home modification, vehicle modifications, ensuring that we are authorizing only those services that are within the scope of the waiver language, our waiver slots, the number of unduplicated counts of participants that we have in the waivers. All of these waiver strategies are so interrelated that we do not have a breakout of how much each strategy is expected to result in the amount of savings expected to result from each of those strategies. In totality, the cost containment projections are $300 million in savings to the general fund. That does not include the federal expenditures. The 2% rate indexing that I mentioned, we anticipate to be in the realm of $26 million, and the remaining balance of the 300 is across those aged and disabled waiver strategies. The interrelatedness of issues like eligibility and then the utilization of the number of units of service that an individual is receiving once they are eligible makes it very challenging to pull apart and assign a dollar amount to each of those individual strategies on their own. Instead, what our actuaries have done is said, if all of these changes are implemented, their model projects this amount of cost containment.
I understand. I appreciate it. It makes sense. So they're looking at a complicated model and the contingencies. If the following things happen, then in totality, it's the $300 million. I think the most straightforward was the 2% pause.
Correct.
That's easy to calculate, and I understand that. My final question, the feedback that I'm receiving from constituents, the biggest anxiety, not only within the proposed structured parent care services program, but what is the overall impact also on other populations within Medicaid? So for example, 3-4 years ago, there was a discussion about pausing the power account payments because the administrative cost to oversee those was much more than probably what was collected. And I think that FSSA now is going to resume that. There were serious discussions about stopping that at one point. There are discussions about non-Medicaid programs such as the CHOICE program, which we spoke about last December meeting. And I think the director mentioned, well, the CHOICE is not going to be impacted. I made the point that for CHOICE, there are people who reached out to me and said they've been for almost 8 months up to 2 years on a wait list. So the largest concern is about the eligibility redeterminations. Are we going to be losing benefits? Are we going to now see more of a lengthier wait list on certain programs? So I trust that the leadership of the agency is working hard. That's not my concern. And I understand you're in a difficult position because you're managing state fiscal dollars and state dollars, and then you're trying to help these families. What assurances can you send today that the quality of care and the programs, the different programs that FSSA is currently offering will not negatively impact people, so that they're not going to be turned away from a doctor's office? They're not going to be having to now wait for extra few months before they get the services that they need. And on the provider community side, we're not going to see unintended consequences that people are checking out of business and it's impacting patients across the state. I'm concerned about the overall strategy. To conclude, to be frank with you, what people are seeing in their minds publicly, I'm a former FSSA employee, so we as employees or elected officials, we see it one way, but the public sees it a different way. All what they see from all of this discussion, FSSA is cutting services. That's the message out there in the community. FSSA is cutting services. And that's what's creating a lot of anxiety. So what assurances can you share with the public today?
Thank you for that question, Senator Codora. I think I would begin by saying that throughout everything that we are doing from a sustainability strategy standpoint, we speak internally in the agency about ensuring that we are meeting individuals' level of need. No more, no less. And that's how we are ensuring that we balance the charge of the agency to operate a sustainable Medicaid program with high quality, person-centeredness in everything that we do. We have made no changes to eligibility. We've brought forward no changes to eligibility of an individual's Medicaid eligibility. Sure. Only waiver eligibility changes have been the ones that we've discussed. So I do want to make sure that I didn't articulate that probably clearly enough in the answer to my first question. So I would say that I absolutely hear the message that you're sharing on behalf of constituents. We take it to heart at the agency and are doing everything that we can to minimize the impact to our Medicaid members while ensuring that we operate a sustainable program.
I appreciate it. I'll continue to, I appreciate you, I appreciate your team. I'll continue to work with you and your team, with our caucus and the entire Senate. I just want to be sure that as public employees, as elected officials, we are in tune and responsive in a responsible way to the public. Enhancing communication would be very helpful. And I appreciate you engaging us a few days ago on giving us the data that we requested. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. I believe next, we're ready to start with fees, fines, and penalties. And first we have FSSA. Come forward, please, and presentation. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Jessica Keys. I'm the General Counsel for the Family and Social Services Administration, and I'm joined today by Paul Bowling, the CFO for the Family and Social Services Administration. Pursuant to House Enrolled Act 1623, FSSA presents the following 4 fees and penalties today for review to allow time to comply with the administrative rule promulgation process. The first civil penalty to present is related to the opioid treatment program violations. The Division of Mental Health and Addiction has statutory authority pursuant to Indiana Code 12-23-18-5.8 to impose a civil penalty for certain actions or inactions of opioid treatment programs. The Division of Mental Health and Addiction has created a methodology for imposition of civil penalties based upon the type of violation and the amount of violations found by the division. Types of violations will be categorized as administrative, patient care related, or federal operational violations. And under this methodology, continuous and consecutive violations would increase the amount of a civil penalty. The use of this methodology is to hold providers accountable and align the amount of the civil penalty with the severity of the issue. We next present the Bureau of Disability Services Provider Sanction Fine pursuant to Indiana Code 12-11-1.1-11. The Bureau may impose a fine on a provider for a violation of an article or rule under the Bureau. The Bureau of Disability Services has created a structured methodology for sanctions imposed under this authority. 8 levels of sanctions have been created from level 0 to level 7. Each violation will initially be categorized as a level 2 sanction. The Bureau will then review aggravating and mitigating factors to enhance or reduce the final level of the fine. An example of a mitigating factor includes corrective action taken by the provider, and an example of an aggravating factor would include evidence of willful, intentional, or fraudulent conduct by the provider or staff. The purpose of the imposition of fines as a sanction under this methodology is part of an overall strategy to address provider violations of the Bureau's authorities. The Bureau utilizes other sanction strategies as well, including corrective action plans, separately or in conjunction with fines, to ensure adherence to Bureau authorities and protect the health and safety of individuals. Next, we present the Division of Aging Provider Sanction Fine. The authority is pursuant to Indiana Code 12-10-1-7, and it allows that the division may impose a fine on a provider for a violation of an aging article or rule. The Division of Aging will utilize the same methodology as the Bureau of Disability Services for alignment of the programs. So the sanction levels, the aggregating and mitigating factors, and intention are all the same as the Bureau of Disability Services fines as just presented. And the final fee we will present today is the hospital assessment fee assessed pursuant to the conditions set forth in Indiana Code 16-21-10-6. And at this time, I will turn it over to Paul to discuss the hospital assessment fee.
Thank you, Jessica. The hospital assessment fees were set up in, as Jessica said, are part of Indiana Code 16-21-10, and they set out in that code the uses for these fees. The initial base fees were set up in 2012, and they're paid in by the hospitals to be utilized to cover the state share of increased reimbursement to the hospitals, the state share of disproportionate share, and then an additional 28.5% to be retained by the state to help cover Medicaid expenditures. In 2015, those fees were expanded to the incremental half fees with the implementation of the HIP program. So with these fees, the state share was utilized to cover the Healthy Indiana Plan related expenditures, both services and administrative costs, and it also covers the cost to increase physician reimbursement up to 75% of Medicare. The overall fees for the programs in state fiscal year 2024 are estimated at $1.5 billion. The fees are assessed annually and are allocated out to providers based on their total patient days. Fees are collected through the hospital payment offsets and payments paid into the state throughout the year. Under the base half program, the state does retain, like I mentioned, 28.5%, which is retained to help cover Medicaid expenditures. Over the last 5 years, on average, that 28.5% has been around $219 million, and the average overall fee over the last 5 years has been about $1.2 billion.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator Garten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. Just a few questions around the HOF. And I'm going to start at a very high level and then try to work my way granular because I think there's a lot of confusion around the hospital assessment fee and sort of kind of went through the purpose that it serves. So regarding that, talk a little bit about the disproportionate share hospitals and the payments there and who's eligible for those.
Right, so those hospitals fall under the same disproportionate share eligibility criteria that's set out by the federal government, right? So it continues, what hospitals are eligible for those payments, right?
So I'm sorry, let me rephrase it then. So give me an example of some hospitals that are eligible in Indiana for it, maybe an example or two of some hospitals that are not eligible for that.
Right, and mainly the disproportionate share, and I'm happy to get you more information, specifically on the DISH program, Senator, as a lot of that retains to the amount of Medicaid people that the hospital specifically would cover, or the uninsured population that are in those specific areas that a hospital would qualify or would be seen in those areas. I can get you specifics about specific requirements as I don't.
I'd love to see the breakdown of which hospitals are receiving what. specific through that program?
Oh, for DISH, yes, I'm happy.
For sure.
That's something I could
That'd be great.
definitely provide to you.
Thank you. And then I'm just curious, so when I look at the HOF revenue graph, and I compare that to the HOF expenses graph, so since 2019, the HOF revenue graph has doubled. And I look at the HOF expense graph, and it's only up about 50%. And so can you just unpack that for me a little bit from a trending standpoint?
So really, when you look at it, when we talk about revenue and then exactly that revenue coming in, so when we looked at this graph and showed you the revenue, it's kind of like based on what we collected on the hospital assessment fee. Expenditures relate to what we're actually paying that toward the state share of expenditures, right? So when we look at expenditures, we look at what's this increased reimbursement that's gone out to the hospital, what's the state share of that, and then we use the hospital assessment fees to cover that cost. Some of the difference is going to be due to some of the timing of the expenditures and also due to that 28.5% that comes back to the state at the end of the fiscal year. So when you see those differences, for an example, the disproportionate share hospitals and those payments, there's a delay in a lot of those payments. So for like 2022 payments, those may not go out to 2024. The fees may be collected in 2022, but they're not utilized until 2024. So they would sit in the hospital assessment fee fund. So there's some timing differences there that's why you're seeing a fairly significant gap between the two numbers.
Okay, well, I appreciate you explaining that nuance. You know, I'm curious if we were to graph, I guess, the distributions that come back to the state against the distributions that go back to the hospitals. Do those sort of trend sort of parallel to each other on a graph? As one increase, does the other increase? Or the distributions go back to the hospitals, do they tend to be steeper than what comes back to the state? Or can you speak to that in it?
Yeah, I think part of that, when you look at it, you're talking about what actually goes out to the hospitals, right?
Correct.
And actually, from that standpoint, as we look at it, like when we look at the increased hospital revenue, like when I explained the base hospital assessment fee, we look at what they get today under Medicaid and what that increase would be to get them up to Medicare. So we look at what is that gap between Medicaid and Medicare, and then we increase the reimbursement to them by that factor from that standpoint. So we will look at that from that aspect of things. We do also have to look at, because a lot of this under managed care, is what actually payments are going out to the hospital under the managed care program, right? So that's probably looking at the more detail, because obviously managed care gets paid under capitation, and then the hospitals get paid directly service from that aspect. So I would have to look at it to see, if they're exactly parallel or not from that aspect, to look at the detail a little further.
I'd be interested in that as well. And then, Mr. Chair, just sort of a final comment, partial question. So my understanding is that this is a fee that the hospitals ask for. They came to the General Assembly, said, we want to pay into this fee because it'll help us leverage federal dollars. Is that, I know it's a gross overgeneralization, but
yes, we have worked closely with the hospital assessment fee. They're in favor, and they, of this program to help get increased reimbursement out to the hospitals.
And so to that point, there was a lot of conversations in the hallway this year of starting to readdress that or maybe, consider a restructure of that HOF fee. Were you guys part of any of those conversations? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I think I'll just say that, we're aware of the Hospital Association wanting to make adjustments to the fees. We've been open to those conversations and looking at if there's a better approach or if that's something we need to look at from that standpoint, and mainly just looking at the timing of what that would take to make changes to the fees and the approvals that we'd have to get to make those changes. So we have been part of those conversations.
And is your understanding, would that take legislative action to address that HOF restructure? Is that something you guys through FSSA can do internally?
Depending on really what the ask is, Senator, depending on what they specifically want to do, it depends on whether it would need legislative change, or it most definitely will need approval from CMS to make changes to the program. So there could be multiple levels, legislative changes, and also different approvals from CMS to get changes implemented.
And so to the CMS point, my understanding is, had we done something this year, we would have put, we think at least, some risk with CMS of not approving that program, was my understanding. Is that correct?
I think whenever you make changes, you're going to open up the program for total review again. They're going to be able to look at the whole hospital assessment fee. So I think there's always some risk whenever you open up a program and CMS looks at those programs.
Sure. So I just want to, just make it a point to remind my colleagues here that, we created a healthcare cost oversight task force. We've done a fair amount of work in the healthcare cost space. Indiana still ranks as one of the most expensive states to obtain healthcare costs in the nation. And so as we continue to do work in this space, I would just ask of the agency that any conversations that are going on around the HOF and any actions or changes there, that we be included in those conversations at a very granular level, very proactively on the extreme forefront of this. Okay. Because this is of top priority and top of mind of every Hoosier that gets healthcare and has to pay for healthcare in Indiana. Right. It's unfathomable to me what Hoosiers are paying for healthcare right now. And I want to be fair, that's not all on hospitals, but we're opening this up to with regards to this conversation now. So I don't want to pin this all on hospital costs, but they have a big portion of that to bear. Yep. And so as we address this holistically, again, with PBMs, insurers, and everybody in between, I just want to make sure that we're included in those conversations from an agency perspective as well.
Happy to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Habak.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Bowling. And to kind of expand on some of Senator Garton's questions, so I'm going to oversimplify this, but generally with the HAF program, hospitals pay the state $1, and they're getting back roughly, because of our federal match, $3 generally, right?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
I wanted to clarify that because the way that I think the documentation looks, it appears the difference between the distributions and the revenue, that it doesn't quite explain that federal share that's going back. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe next we have on the list Secretary of State. Floor is yours, gentlemen.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Bonnet, General Counsel, Deputy Secretary of State. I'll give you a quick high-level overview of what we do, and then we'll go through our divisions alphabetically. The Secretary of State administers our auto dealer licensing and regulation. We collect some registration fees, and then there are some fines and penalties, civil penalties, and associated with the enforcement and regulation. Our business service division largely collects statutory filing fees. There are some enhanced access. There are some technology enhancement fees that are also collected in connection with certain transactions. In the elections area, the Secretary of State has oversight of voting systems, including voting machines, electronic poll books. The Secretary has the authority to assess some civil penalties in association with violations of statutory election law. In Securities Division, then, we collect a number of statutory registration fees, and then the Securities Commissioner can assess some civil penalties in association with civil, with regulatory violations. So we can start with the Auto Dealer Division, if you have,
Thank you. My name is Kyle Bonnick. I'm co-director and counsel for the Indiana Auto Dealer Services Division. We regulate 6,000 licensed auto dealers, watercraft dealers, RVs, transport operators throughout Indiana. As part of that, we are statutorily classified as a law enforcement agency, and we conduct audits and investigation based on complaints received from the public related to these dealers. So we take several steps in our enforcement process, and sometimes they end up with fines and civil penalties being assessed to the dealers for a variety of violations of Indiana law. All told, there are about a dozen different categories that the division issues fines for. I think you've all been provided with a list of those fines, and I'm here to and happy to answer any questions about what the Auto Dealer Services Division does, about the fines and civil penalties we impose, or about our enforcement actions more generally.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the Business Service Division primarily administers about 78 different types of corporate filings. We maintain those records basically in perpetuity. We have 200-year-old records, We have gone through eras of paper records to microfilmed records to scanned image records to digital records. And so in the management of those records, we have to maintain an IT infrastructure to be able to make those records really accessible to the public virtually instantaneously. We can make certified copies of all the different types of filings. Indiana has been noted as been one of the top 3 cheap, low-cost states to start a business. So our filing fee structure is been noted for being very reasonable. Most of the fees collected are statutory fees that go to the general fund. It's been over 10 years since we've had any changes in the enhanced access, the technology fees. Those fees are set by a committee of IoT, Public Records Commission, State Library, Secretary of State, and 2 of the, depending on when the committee meets, 2 of the larger agencies. Last time it was the BMV and I believe the Department of Revenue that met, so that was back in 2013. So we haven't changed any of the fee structure. I think our technology costs and the complexity of the technology that we administer under our Business One Stop and InBiz program, we interface with Department of Revenue, Department of Workforce Development, Professional Licensing Agency, and some other agencies to make the business information interchangeable throughout the state for the benefit of businesses. The Business Service also administers Uniform Commercial Code secured transaction filings, again, records that need to be pretty much instantaneously available throughout the business community. We register trademark filings. For state trademarks, we administer notary public commissions. We collect a small notary public, $5 commission fee that goes to general fund. To commission notary public, that's a historical fee going back 50 years. We collect about $80 of additional fees. Those fees are for the notary training and testing certification, criminal background checks, and some services in connection with the bonding that notaries have. We don't keep those fees. Those pass on to the different service providers in connection with the notary commissions. In our election area, it's been more than 12 years since the Secretary of State assessed any civil penalties involving voting machine vendors or electronic poll book vendors. Generally, the counties that procure those systems have been able to take care of issues they've had with those manufacturers. We anticipate promulgating rules, however, that would detail policies if we did get into any of that enforcement activity. In the Securities Division, that's administered by our Securities Commissioner. There are numerous types of registrations of different providers of financial services and business opportunities. Most of those are regulated by other areas, so other than the registration of them, we don't do a great deal of registration activity. Those collections go primarily to the general fund. In the enforcement activity can range from very large securities, investment violation issues covering a few investors and large amounts of money, or it can range to class action activities involving, many people and modest sums. Most securities violation and regulatory activities we've been involved with have been settled without assessment of any civil penalties. The point of the Securities Commissioner's involvement really has been to get restitution for investors. So if you look over the history in our document, the amount of collections has really been in the ranging from the tens of thousands to I think no more than 200,000 in a year. And that's been going back a few years for regulation of really a multi-billion-dollar industry in the state. So that's a quick overview. If you have specific questions, I'd like to address those.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
Go ahead, Senator Garten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you could go to your part of your graph that talks about the dealer enforcement account
Yeah.
on your handout there.
Yeah.
And it's under the history section.
Yeah.
And so, I want to be fair, I've looked at this, I've looked at trending with, regarding other agencies and variances too. So when I look at the amount in your dealer enforcement account, 2017 was 51,000, 2018 was 134, 2019, 99,000, 2020, 121. 2021 jumps to 184, 2022 jumps to 207, 106, and in 2023 explodes to 691,000. That's 14 times growth over 7 years in that account. And so when I go down and I look at your total expenditures from that same account, this is what's really interesting to me. In 2022 and 2023, your two largest, amounts in your account, you had no expenditures from your account, zeros. And so it begs the question to me, one, did our dealers just quit following the law? Did you guys start enforcing things that had been on the books that hadn't been enforced in the past? Because this looks, quite frankly, like we targeted dealers. It looks like your agency went after dealers. I mean, anytime you look at, I look at this, again, I'm just looking at your account balances. It's 14 times growth, which means we had more dealers that I'm assuming were fining for non-compliance for something. So what happened?
Yeah, so a variety of things happened, right? So if you look at, the total expenditures going back to 2019, 2019 was the year of $135,000. Things fell off after that because there was a pandemic. A lot of dealerships closed, and so a lot of our enforcement efforts kind of slowed down significantly with that. Obviously, there is an uptick there in the years coming out of the pandemic. I think it's noteworthy that, a new administration took office in 2023, and I'm not sure, I came into this role at that time, and I can't really speak to how prior enforcement efforts were taken. What I can tell you for sure is that the violations that we've assessed for are the exact same violations that were occurring before then. They're black and white violations that are written in statute largely. There's a couple in rule, but by and large in statute. There's no real ambiguity with the violations when they occur. And the bulk of the violations that we end up finding for are actually statutory violations, and the fines themselves are set by statute. And that has to do with failure to timely deliver title within 31 days, excuse me. I think if you also look at the total complaints we've received, that's gone up every year and has, doubled since 2017. And so we're just getting more complaints from the public. And when we get more complaints, we don't just try to resolve the one complaint. We take a look at everything that dealer's doing. Are they issuing multiple interims? Have they been able to get other customers their titles in time? And that leads to things sort of ballooning. But I think it also is telling that these numbers that are reported here are the total amount fined and not just total amount collected. And that is because, frankly, that is the best reporting we have available. After a fine is issued, there's an opportunity for the dealer to appeal that and to negotiate that fine as part of a settlement agreement based on, the individual details of that case. And so oftentimes those numbers end up going, the total fine we end up assessing to each individual dealer ends up being about half of what it ends up being. And when we dive into the actual fines that are assessed, the median fine we issue is about $100, and that's for a single violation of the title delivery statute. And if you look at the numbers for total fines assessed, you take away the top 10 fines that we assessed in the most recent year, the biggest year that you expressed concerns about, that gets rid of 56% of the total amount fined. And so really we're talking about the worst actors that accrue the bulk of these fines. And the consequence of that is, A, we're never getting that money in the first place, right? So they go out of business, they're fly-by-night actors, they go out of business, they never pay us. We can collect on the bond, but that's only up to $25,000, where the total fine might be about $50,000 or higher based on numerous violations that they've committed, usually related to fraud on the customers. And those folks becoming victims. The median fine, if you remove the average fine, if you remove those 10 worst actors, is about $1,500 per enforcement order. Of the 6,000 dealers that are in Indiana, we issued 300 total enforcement orders across the state. That's about 5%. So I don't think it's accurate to say that we targeted dealers when 5% of dealers even have any sort of enforcement action with us. It's the worst actors that get the biggest fines and are the ones that we have to interact with the most frequently that end up accruing those largest fines and those enforcement actions.
No, and I appreciate that explanation. I want to be fair, folks breaking the law, then they should be held accountable. That's not what I'm disputing. When I look at this from a trending standpoint, though, something changed. Either dealers became more non-compliant, the interpretation of statute changed from an agency perspective, so enforcement changed. Something has changed, and so that's the only reason I'm raising these questions. And I'll give you an example. I had an amendment on a bill last year regarding the Department of Labor, and they had statutory ability to fine folks for a violation that if a youth worked past a certain time, right? And so, but the way the statute was written, it said they may fine them. Well, what we found was they were fining every one of them. There was no collaborative approach to deal with compliance on how to improve things. And when you're dealing with the service industry, a lot of times there were minors. 76% of those violations for folks that we were asking about were for minors that had clocked out 5 minutes or less late. And the agency did not have to fine those, but they chose to. And so I'm curious to that point. I don't know what statutes you're referencing specifically, but I would be curious, are those May provisions that you're choosing to take a very hard line on instead of collaborating and trying to encourage more compliance?
Well, I will say generally the way the statute is structured, there are statutes that say, for example, a dealer can only issue one interim to a purchaser of a vehicle. That statute doesn't say the secretary may fine or the division may fine for this. There is a broader statute in 932 that just says the secretary may assess fines and civil penalties up to $10,000 per violation for violation of a rule or statute under 932 or a rule promulgated thereunder. So it's not so much a may or a shall, it's more about, these folks are violating the law, and since our complaints are based, our investigations are based almost exclusively on on complaints received from the public, I think that they're fair to take those actions. I will say too, though, that we have expanded our dealer training programs in the last couple of years as well, which is part of what these funds are going towards. This past session, a statute was passed to require that new used vehicle dealers, so those that are previously not been in the business, have to attend a dealer training course. And so we're taking these steps in collaboration with the industry groups that are affected in order to make it so that they don't have to work with us. If we can teach the dealers on the front end when they first get their license, everything that goes into selling cars and what has to be required, records, things like that, then we don't have to interact with them in the next couple of years when, well, they haven't been actually getting their customers' titles, things like that. Because it's a very easy industry sort of to get into. Our licensing is not particularly stringent. And so folks come in thinking that they could make some money, and then it turns out there's actually more to it than they initially anticipated. So we are taking those steps, and there's definitely going to be a lag between when those enforcement actions take place, the fines are collected, and when that money gets spent for RFP reasons, setting up these programs, getting these things set up, getting the staff necessary, things like that. So there's definitely a lag, and I do anticipate over the next couple fiscal years especially for those numbers that you see in our accounts just to start dropping almost precipitously as we invest in things like more training programs and things like that. So.
Good. Well, I appreciate the collaborative approach, and I appreciate your explanation, so thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the election division. Come forward, please. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Angie Nussmeyer. I'm the co-director of the Indiana Election Division. With me today is Valerie Warcha, who is the co-general counsel for the division. She's here on behalf of my counterpart, Brad King, who is traveling for work and unable to be here with you today. We are before the committee today to seek safe harbor approval for 3 specific requests that are before you. All of the requests deal with some statutory obligations our agency has, such as conducting a conference for our county clerks and local election administrators, as well as potential fines that may be levied for campaign finance. And with that, we're happy to entertain any questions unless you would like to add, Valerie.
No, I think Angie covered it very well. You'll see that we're charging nominal fees, and I'll just say that the fees we're charging for the publications are really more so that they don't just all walk out the door. Many of you have probably gotten our campaign finance manual or our candidate guide, and hopefully you find those valuable.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, we have Department of Labor. Forward, please.
Hello, and thank you for hearing me today. I'm sorry to say I'm the first one that has to say good afternoon today instead of good morning, so we've crossed over. My name is Tony Hardman. I am General Counsel for the Indiana Department of Labor, and I'm here today to seek safe harbor under House Enrolled Act 1623 for two different types of penalties. I'll begin with IOSHA penalties first. By way of introduction and background, the Indiana Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or IOSHA, is a division of the Department of Labor that's authorized by federal OSHA to administer an OSHA state plan program to enforce OSHA safety and health regulations within the state of Indiana. IOSHA began administering the state program in 1974 and has been assessing civil penalties against employers in the state who violate OSHA safety and health regulations for the past 50 years. Current civil penalty maximums and minimums for various classifications of IOSHA violations are set forth in statute in Indiana Code 22-8-1.1-27.1 and remained unchanged from 1991 until 2019, when the maximum and minimum for a knowing violation related to a fatality were increased to match the federal penalty for the same violation classification at that time. The details of how IOSHA calculates the assessed dollar amount of a given penalty are published in a document called the IOSHA Field Operations Manual, or the IFOM. Chapter 6 of this IFOM is approximately 21 pages and contains all of the factors that IOSHA uses to calculate civil penalties and will be what gets promulgated as the required rule. I want to emphasize that we're not adding new penalties, not increasing existing penalties, and not changing the way we assess or calculate penalties. We're simply complying with the requirements of HEA 1623 and promulgating a rule to show how we calculate IOSHA penalties. I understand that you may have already received and reviewed some information pertaining to this request, so I won't talk about everything that was already submitted, but I want to mention some of the highlights as follows. The IOSHA budget for the current fiscal year is a little over $3 million from the state and a little under $3 million from a federal grant for a total of just over $6 million. The total amount of IOSHA penalties collected for fiscal year 2023 was about $1,732,003, which is a little more than half of the state budget amount this year for IOSHA. All IOSHA penalties collected go into the state general fund. And we consider citations and penalties issued by IOSHA against an employer to have a major impact on improving the safety and health of Hoosier workers. And the penalty structure that IOSHA has adopted from federal OSHA has always been in place as a deterrent to future violations of safety and health standards. So do you have any questions about IOSHA penalties before we discuss our next penalty type?
Any questions? Yes, Senator.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, if I did miss it, I apologize, but with the IOSHA penalties, how many did that amount to? How many penalties were there that amounted to the amount you provided?
Oh, the total, actually, I don't know how many penalties I'm not sure actually how many, like how many violations were assessed penalties?
Yes, and I guess maybe to follow up, just to get an idea what maybe the highest penalty may have been, and then the lowest, or maybe not, just an average, you know.
That I can tell you, our range of penalties, we don't assess a penalty anything less than $100. So for like a non-serious paperwork type violation, $100. And then our most costly penalty is about $210,000, can be up to that. That's the failure to correct, and the $7,000 a day for up to 30 days. And that's where.
Were there any such penalties like that? I guess that's really my question.
Actually, I think this last year we did have some failure to corrects for a company. I'm not sure if any one of those hit the maximum, but I know altogether, I'm actually currently working on those, resolving those 4 cases, and together, all 4 of those with those failure to corrects are like $2 million in, altogether. So there was a lot of things that this company had failed to correct over many years and that sort of thing. So it does really vary. I'm sorry I didn't have the
No,
average number.
that provides me, that's good information. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Further questions? Continue, please.
Okay. So the next penalty type is related to Indiana Code 22-1-5 for home care, consumers, and worker protection. Section 19 of that chapter states as follows: the department may impose a civil penalty not to exceed $1,000 against a placement agency that fails to provide a worker notice or a consumer notice at the times required under Section 13 or 16 of this chapter. The civil penalty may be assessed by the department and, if necessary, shall be recovered by the prosecuting attorney of the county in which the violation has occurred or by the Attorney General as provided in Indiana Code 22-1-1-18. I will say there's no history for this penalty in the Department of Labor because since the law passed in 2005, the IDOL has never received a complaint for a violation of this chapter for which a penalty may have been imposed. However, to be compliant with HEA 1623, if the IDOL does receive a complaint in the future and it's necessary to impose a penalty, we must promulgate a rule describing how we will determine the penalty amount, since the statute only authorizes a penalty not to exceed $1,000. So here I want to emphasize that although we have never assessed this penalty, we are not creating a new penalty or increasing an existing penalty. We're simply complying with the requirements of HEA 1623 and promulgating a rule to describe the amount we will assess if and when we have a complaint that results in a violation. Again, I understand that you may have already received and reviewed some information pertaining to this request, so I won't talk about everything that was already submitted, but I want to mention some of the highlights for this penalty as follows. This penalty has never been assessed before, so there's no history. Any penalties collected would go into the state general fund, and due to the impact a violation could have on the health, safety, or welfare of the home care worker or consumer and the personal nature of this sort of work, the IDOL believes that assessing the maximum penalty for a violation, regardless of circumstances, is appropriate, and the IDOL believes that assessing this maximum penalty amount allowed by statute will provide the needed deterrence of future violations. Do you have any questions about this penalty?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Next, I believe we have Department of Revenue. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Colin Davis, the Tax Policy Director of the Indiana Department of Revenue. I'm grateful to be here on behalf of the department to seek review by the Budget Committee under the safe harbor provisions of HEA 1623, certain fees and penalties collected by the department. For discussion today are 2 fees, a trip permit fee and a hunter's permit fee, as well as discussion of our oversized, overweight civil penalties. First, I'll discuss the 2 fees. So the Department of Revenue has a motor carrier services division where we offer one-stop shop for motor carrier matters, registrations, and the like. We administer commercial vehicle registration through the International Registration Plan, or IRP, which, if you're not familiar with that, is a unique interjurisdictional reciprocity agreement between all the contiguous states in the United States and all the Canadian provinces, allowing a motor carrier to register in one jurisdiction where they will receive plates and cab cards for each of their vehicles, and that will allow them to operate in every jurisdiction that's a member of the IRP. Previously, a carrier would have to get plates in each of the jurisdictions that they operated. The first fee that I'll discuss is the IRP temporary 3-day permit. So the permit is offered to carriers who are not registered in any jurisdiction to temporarily travel through Indiana without having to obtain full registration. Indiana is required to offer this permit as part of its membership in the IRP. The second fee is the 30-day hunter's permit. Now, this has nothing to do with the hunting of wildlife. It's kind of an antiquated term that deals with a commercial carrier having an unladed load. They've been released from their contract with a carrier, and they are seeking to find a load to carry in Indiana to transport out of Indiana. In this case, they're hunting for a new carrier to sign up with. The dollar amounts of the fees are set in statute, but the dollar amount of the fees are not in the Indiana code. What has happened was that in the late 80s, an agency that no longer exists had authority over promulgating rules. They issued rules that said the dollar amounts of the fees at $15 for the trip permits and $10 for the hunter fee, a hunter permit. The rules were then transferred to BMV in the early 90s, and then in 1997, these rules were transferred to the Department of Revenue. In a non-code provision of the bill, it required the department to issue rules by July 1st of 1999, but the department's rules do not expire pursuant to Indiana Code 2-22-2.5-1. They expired without our knowledge, and so we continue to collect the fees, and our position is that they never should have expired, but that's neither here nor there. Although the Indiana Code already provides for the permits themselves, because of the new rules that describe the circumstances for which the agency will assess a fee for search permits, we have provided proposed rules for your review in the packets we provided. Nothing in these rules deviates from what was previously promulgated in the other rules, or how we've been enforcing these fees for the last 25 years. Most importantly, the fees are not increasing. They've been set since the 1980s and have not increased, and the rates are still commensurate with the rates charged by surrounding jurisdictions. We receive about $180,000 in trip permit fees for the past few years, in between $2,500 to $5,000 in hunter's fees. If you have any questions about that provision, I'd be glad to answer them. If not, I can continue on to the next portion.
Any questions?
Okay.
Please continue.
Finally, I'll discuss the oversized overweight civil penalty rules that we've also provided. The department issues oversized overweight permits as part of its Motor Carrier Services Division. Since 2001, Indiana Code 9-20-18-14.5 imposes civil penalties for violations of oversized or overweight provisions in the article permitting oversized and overweight permits. There's a $500 penalty for failure for violating the article, or $1,000 for each subsequent violation, and a civil penalty for failure to obtain a permit in the amount of $5,000, not more than in each case. A new civil penalty was added to the statute in 2021, amended in 2023 for instances where a vehicle operates oversized or overweight on an Indiana highway when no permit would have been available to that in that circumstance, but they decided to operate anyway. It's a $500 penalty for dimensional violations, or graduated penalty for overweight violations. After meeting with various stakeholders, Representative Pressel, Senator Kreider, and representatives from INDOT and ISP, we developed a departmental policy on how to enforce these penalties, which includes issuing warning letters for first violations, reduced penalties for second violations, and imposing the maximum amount under law for third violations or more. The schedule also resets for a carrier after a certain period where no violations occur. As required by the new rules, we have now incorporated this policy into proposed rules, which were provided for your review as well. The amount of the fees are codified, so we're not going beyond what is set in statute. This is more setting standards for reducing penalties in circumstances such as where carriers have only a certain amount of violations in settlements, or where there has been an administrative hearing. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Senator Garten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just along the same line of questions I've asked other agencies, and looking at the trend, fiscal year 18, $22,500, then it jumps to $779,000 in 19.
Yes.
Drops back down to 390, 21's 241, 22's 279, then explodes in fiscal year 23 to 1.8 million.
Yes.
So can you speak to that?
Yes, I'll do my best. And To the best of my recollection, and if this is not correct, I'll be sure to clarify this. So a lot of this has to do with amendments to the statute and trends nationally. So the statute was amended in 2017 to set the time frame for which the department can assess penalties. Previously, there's no time frame. So if we got an Indiana State Police inspection report 3 years prior, if it now was in the queue to be assessed, we would assess it. But in 2017, it said I think it says that we can only assess something within 1 year of receiving so there was a lot of penalties that we weren't assessing. That I think reflects the reduction in 2018 or 2019. I'm not sure. 18, yes. In 19, I think it jumped back up to normal since we were not assessing civil penalties. I want to say 2021, 22 might have reflected COVID, less traffic. I'm not 100% sure about that. And then 23 had to do with, I believe, the imposition of this new previously, when the law was changed in 2021, it was a $10,000 civil penalty when there was no permit available at all and carriers operated the load anyway. That was then changed to that graduated schedule I mentioned, where the penalties are a lot less than that. So I believe that reflects the trends, and I would expect the dollar amount to be reduced for fiscal year 2024.
And remind me, does your agency get to retain any of that?
It goes into the Motor Carrier Regulation Fund. We do get a certain percentage of that, but a lot of it goes to the Indiana State Police for their enforcement of motor carrier matters. So I looked at the statute just in the hallway just to verify. I thought there was a certain percentage we get, and that was capped, but I
think it's up to 10%, but I'm not sure. That's my recollection.
Okay,
yeah. If I'm wrong on that,
tell me
I'm wrong. But
and I'm sorry, I don't have the information.
No, that's okay. I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe next we have Department of Insurance. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Megan Broombaugh, and I am here before the committee to present the department's fees, fines, and civil penalties in accordance with House Enrolled Act 1623. So the majority of the fines and penalties for review today are actually set in statute as maximum amounts. And so what the department did was we established a base penalty that is much lower than that maximum statutory amount. And then as we look at different violations of Indiana insurance law, and particular violations in light of the surrounding circumstances and facts that are very different in every situation, we set forth a list of aggregating and mitigating factors that could either increase that fine or penalty up to the maximum amount, or depending on the facts and circumstances, could decrease that amount down. And so our goal with these fines and civil penalties is not to generate revenue. In fact, we do not generate significant revenue from these fines and civil penalties. Our goal is always compliance from our regulated entities. And so we want to work with them to make sure that they understand the law and that they are compliant. With respect to the fees, the department has developed fees to just offset our administrative expenses in reviewing things like applications that need to be filed. And many of our fees that we collect are statutorily set, but for those ones that aren't, that are here before you today, we tried to look at similarly situated fees and make those in line with what is already set forth in the statute. And I am happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Senator Garten.
Just a quick comment. I just want to say how much I appreciate your approach to fees and fines within your agency. I think it encompasses what should be the overarching sort of mood and approach with all these things. It should be compliance and not raising funds and not maximizing fines right out of the gate. I don't think that's the purpose. That was never the intent, I don't believe. So I appreciate you saying that and just appreciate your approach to this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Department of Health. Floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Stover. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Healthcare Regulation at the Department of Health. Today, we are here to present the Rural Emergency Hospital Rule. It is a new rule that we have drafted and hope to be promulgated. In 2021, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services passed the designation of rural emergency hospital. Largely, it is to try to provide some financial support for our rural hospitals that are closing at a pretty good rate. It basically allows critical access hospitals to shutter their inpatient facilities and allow basically emergency departments in these rural areas, and they would not have an inpatient component, and the average outpatient stay would have to be 24 hours or less. So in 2023, the General Assembly passed the law to enshrine that designation into the Indiana Code, and then we are passing this rule basically to extend the hospital rules and the provisions that we have that apply to REHs into the code. So the fines are the exact same as what our hospitals currently are under, as well as the licensure fees are exactly the same. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have on the agenda is the grain buyers and warehouse licensing. Gentlemen, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. I'm Quentin Hayes, Legislative Director for the Indiana State Department of Agriculture, and with me today is Harry Wilmuth, the Director of the Indiana Grain Buyers and Warehouse Licensing Agency. We are here in accordance to House Enrolled Act 1623. The Indiana Grain Buyers Warehouse Licensing Agency is a regulatory division established within the Indiana State Department of Agriculture to administer the Indiana Grain Buyers Warehouse Licensing and Bonding Law. Two of our rules in front of you today are products of fines that were established by the General Assembly during the 2021 legislative session by House Enrolled Act 1483. They are the failure to properly price deferred pricing agreements fine and the failure to properly rectify a deficiency in a licensee's minimum net worth as calculated in accordance with the statute. Two other fines you have in front of you were set to help mitigate premature revocation or suspension of a license. Those two fines being the failure to properly rectify deficiency in minimum bonding and the failure to properly rectify deficiency in minimum current ratio. Prior to the establishment of these two fines, the agency's ability to enforce the ratio and bonding requirements of licensees set forth in law was limited and could require premature revocation or suspension of a licensee in the event in non-compliance. Finally, the last fine is the failure to timely provide the agency information and materials. If licensees fail to provide the agency with necessary documents and information, the agency is unable to perform its core statutory functions, including adequately assessing a licensee's compliance with key regulatory requirements. With that said, I appreciate your time and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have the Civil Rights Commission. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Thompson and members of the committee. My name is David Fleischacker, and I serve as the Deputy Director and General Counsel for the Indiana Civil Rights Commission. I'm here today to present ICRC's civil penalty in accordance with House Enrolled Act 1623. ICRC only has one agency-imposed civil penalty pursuant to Indiana Code 22-9.5-6-15B, which has been in place and unchanged since 1990 when the Indiana Fair Housing Act was first passed. The purpose of the civil penalty is to vindicate the public interest when a violation of the Indiana Fair Housing Act has been determined to have occurred. From the records we have, the civil penalty has been sparingly issued. Most cases are resolved through settlement or get moved to state court where these administrative civil penalties are not applicable. If a civil penalty is issued, these funds would go into the general fund. Now, ICRC staff attorneys will advocate for a civil penalty when the alleged discriminatory act warrants it for deterrence purposes. Typically, this has been for cases when an individual has been denied housing or lost housing, which has a potentially major impact on the health, safety, or welfare of that person, such as an illegal discrimination. There's currently not a rubric or other guidance in place for the commission or an assigned administrative law judge related to the civil penalty. However, ICRC will engage in rulemaking over this next year to establish factors for the commission and or the ALJ to consider in issuing a civil penalty. These factors will be drawn from civil penalty regulations related to the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Indiana Fair Housing Act is required to be substantially equivalent to its federal counterpart for ICRC to maintain its eligibility for federal funding through HUD to process fair housing complaints as a fair housing assistance program. I welcome any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have the Law Enforcement Training Board. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tim Horty. I serve as the Executive Director at the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy, and our mission is to become the education center for police training around the state. We answer to a 23-member board, all appointed by the governor, and we have a residential as well as we are the only residential academy in the state where young men and women from as far north as Lake County and as far south as Posey County come to our agency. We charge a fee for each of our classes, and I will introduce Ms. Raquel Ramirez to share those fees with you.
Thank you. We provide 3 basic levels of training to law enforcement officers at ILEA, which statutorily we are allowed to set a fee for that training. Our Tier 1 training is a 16-week residential program, which trains the majority of the state's law enforcement officers. The tuition fee for that Tier 1 training is $1,000 per student. Our Tier 2 training is a 10-week residential program, including an online portion that prepares our town marshals, our conservancy district marshals, and hospital police, among others. The fee for that Tier 2 training is $500 per student. Our Tier 3 training is a 4-week non-residential academy for prosecutor investigators, Medicaid fraud investigators, among others, and the fee for that Tier 3 training is $50. We also have a tuition student option for Tier 1 training, which is that 16-week training program for an individual who is not currently hired as a law enforcement officer with an agency, and the fee for that tuition student is $8,500. In addition to the basic training, we provide continued education as well as some online courses for officers. We have a pre-basic course, which is designed to prepare officers to work under a supervising officer in an agency prior to attending the basic training. The pre-basic course is a 40-hour course, and it is $50. It is an online course with a supervisor, a supervising instructor. An officer also may have attended basic training in the past and worked as an officer, but has not worked as an officer for several years. They can complete a refresher course, which again is an online training course, which is an 80-hour course to update officers on the changes in policing and the law. That course fee is $50. An officer who attended an out-of-state academy and worked as an officer out of state may attempt to waive some basic training portions into Indiana to become an Indiana law enforcement officer. Again, that is mostly an online course, and that is a $50 course fee. The officers may also choose to go back and instruct their own departments, especially in the psychomotor skills such as firearms, emergency vehicle operations, which we call EVO, or defensive tactics. So those officers come back to the academy for a week-long or coming up 2-week-long course, and they learn skills that instructors are needed to have. Those instructor development courses are a fee of $275 per student. Per administrative rule, instructors, after they are certified, must recertify every 3 years, where the staff reviews the classes taught, the number of hours that they taught, as well as the subjects that they are teaching, and that recertification fee is $50. Finally, our last fee is regarding our city police chiefs. By statute, they are required to attend an executive training session, and that is a week-long course provided at the academy on topics that are beneficial for newly appointed chiefs, such as policymaking, administrative training, and employee discipline, and that executive training course fee is $275. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, Indiana State Police. Forward, please.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. My name is Cynthia Forbes, and I'm an attorney with the Indiana State Police. And I have with me today Barbie Rosenberg, who's another attorney in our office. I have today for you 4 fees for consideration that the state police has charged in the past and looks to charge again in the future, and 1 new fee. We have the crash reports, crash photography, law enforcement recordings, and criminal history fees. A brief synopsis of overview of those fees. Our crash report fee was established in 2006 after the Indiana legislature gave the superintendent authority to set that. The state police is the central repository for crash report records. This fee enabled us to create an automated reporting system that is now utilized by all law enforcement in the state of Indiana. The fee was set at $12, working with a contractor that was determined to be able to establish and maintain our servers, our programming, our upgrades. That fee has not changed from $12 to date. We would actually ask for that fee to be approved in the amount of $12, but we will also seek to increase it to $15. And the reason for that, through our criminal justice data division that we have our IT folks, we would really like our contractor to dedicate a database systems administrator specifically to the state of Indiana to ensure everything is functioning properly and be able to upgrade where needed to ensure everything is being met. We do have some specific requirements where Indiana is a little different than other states, so we are seeking to increase that to $15 with your approval. If there's no questions on that one, I would like to move to the crash photography fee. Again, this fee was set around 2006. We did not have a lot of historical information on how it was set other than conversations I had with our fiscal director. We investigate numerous crashes throughout the state throughout the year. Insurance companies are regularly needing the photographs to process their claims. In order to recover some of the cost for cameras and memory cards and other things, a fee was set at $15, and that includes getting all of the photos on 1 CD for a crash. Now we have gone digital. We are cloud-based sharing through our evidence.com system, which was part of our law enforcement recording program. We have not been charging this fee for the last several years because we were under grant funding for that program. However, our grant funding has now expired, and we are seeking to again establish the $15 fee for all crash photos. And it could be 3 photos, it could be 500 photos, but it's a flat fee targeted to essentially the people that need those photos, and it would go to fund that program. If there are no questions on that, I will move on to the law enforcement recording fee. Law enforcement recordings were new to our agency just a few years ago. We acquired them under grant funding. These are body and dash cameras. We also acquired cell phones to utilize that program. We have not been charging fees, again, because we were under a grant. The statute, the Indiana Code, the APRA, allows us to recover up to $150 in direct costs per law enforcement recording. After speaking with the public access counselor, our fiscal division, and internally, there are so many variables, it would be very hard to determine this video cost $5 versus this video costs $75. We think a set fee, again, for the users that are requesting that video for their purposes is best, and we propose $25. That would be a new fee. If there's no questions on that, last is our criminal history fees. And I would direct you to the proposals we have. There are actually several different fees, and where they go depends on what type of criminal history is being acquired. So again, this is generally end users. I need my criminal history for an expungement. I need my criminal history for employment. And depending on what level they need, there is the state criminal history, the limited criminal history. There's a federal criminal history. There's a review challenge. The fees are slightly different. They are overseen by a committee, and that's how they've been set, the Enhanced Data Access Review Committee. And they have not changed for quite some time. There is statutory authority and also the administrative code authority for the creation of those fees. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you. Any questions on any of the 4 fees at this point, members? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Indiana Finance Authority. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan Hughey from the Indiana Finance Authority, bringing the Ohio River Bridge tolls and fines before you. Ohio River Bridge Projects is a unique arrangement. There's a bi-state development agreement between Indiana and Kentucky. They established both a joint board and a tolling body. The joint board is responsible for the operations of the bridges, which include the Lincoln, Kennedy, and Lewis and Clark bridges, which is also known as the East End Crossing. The joint board is comprised of the Indiana Finance Authority Director, the INDOT Commissioner, our counterparts in Kentucky. The tolling body actually adopts the business rules, which include the tolling. That has the same 4 members and additional citizens from each state of Indiana and Kentucky. We did put the current tolls and relevant business rules submitted in the report, along with a link to the complete business rules, which are a much more lengthy document. Tolls were originally based upon an independent traffic study prior to the bridge opening. They began collecting tolls, I believe, December 28th, 2016. The toll rates change by the business rules each July 1st, based upon the greater of 2.5% or the change in CPI. It's based off the March CPI index. Per statute, the tolls pay for, 1, expenses incurred by the joint board, operations, maintenance, consultants, et cetera, and any debts and other obligations incurred by each state. We also supplied 5 years of revenue and spending in the report. Glad to answer any questions. This is kind of a unique arrangement from what you've seen from other agencies.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator Garten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you on the committee that are not familiar with RiverLink, this is my district. I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to state on the record that I get more complaints about the operator RiverLink than any other complaint my office receives.
Duly noted.
Not even close.
Yeah, duly noted. I also get phone calls and emails. We did have a changeover in the back office here in the last few months. They are working through that. Things are getting better. They do have they just presented a new management plan, how they're going to get better. They've added additional phone folks and a phone bank from another company. Sure. We are seeing our call wait time drop. We're seeing our call abandon rate drop. So we're getting in the right direction. I believe the goal, and I'd have to verify that with our partners at INDOT that run all of this, is to try to have us back to what I'd call our normal by July 1 of this
year. And Mr. Hugh, I'm going to be clear, I'm not beating you up over RiverLink. That's not my intent.
I feel your pain too, sir. That's absolutely.
But I've gotten calls where the BMV has suspended licenses for unpaid tolls that were actually paid. We've got to figure out a way as a body that should never happen. There's a lot of authority and a lot of subjectivity in there that when there's a disconnect in customer service of what they're being paid to provide, and now we're punishing, Hoosiers and sometimes even out-of-state folks by taking their license or not allowing them to renew.
Correct.
And in this particular case, somebody got pulled over for a totally different violation. That's how they found out they had a suspended license.
Yeah.
And it all tracked back to a $2.50 toll fee that they had paid.
Correct. Yeah, I can continue to carry that message back to our partners.
I appreciate
that kind of manage that group down there. Like I said, we are in transition. We believe the new back office provider we have is going to be of a higher caliber, and so forth. That's one of the reasons we made the change, not only to the back office who's taking care of it, but the roadside. Sure. 2 new vendors. And what I found in this industry, it is a good. Yeah. There are different providers. We think we have found a really good one for the second phase of the project.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you for fully understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have IURC, Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Luke Wilson, Executive Director of External Affairs for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, IURC, or Commission. With me is Beth Helene, our General Counsel. Just to give you a quick refresher, since the commission doesn't make it over here very often, the commission is made up of 5 gubernatorial appointments and is an administrative agency that hears evidence in cases before it and makes decisions in those cases based on public interest to make sure utilities are providing safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. And then I'll turn it over to Beth to talk a little bit about, give an overview of our fees and penalties.
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. So I also want to just kind of level set a little bit as far as how the IURC and our sister agency, the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor, are funded. Under Indiana Code Chapter 816, we're funded through a public utility fee, which is equal to 0.0015 of public utilities gross revenue. Gross annual revenue. Those fees are deposited into a public utility fund, and fees in excess of expenditures of the IRC and OUCC are actually credited back and offset the following year's fees. Our agencies to date have used less than that fee amount every year as far as what's been provided in statute. Again, that fee is specific in statute, and so it's not part of the safe harbor today, but I want to provide that information to you because it also, some of our other fees actually go into that fund. So you received information about our fees and penalties. Two of those fees, the video franchise application fee and the municipal utility case expense, those fees do go back into that public utility fund. Those are based on actual costs. But none of these fees reimburse, augment, or change the IRC or the OUC's actual budget. Again, we receive appropriations just like every other state agency, and we stay within that budget amount, and that doesn't change that. We have other fees that go to different people and entities. So the court reporter fees go to the court reporters based on statute. The surcharge for the hearing impaired services goes by statute to the Indiana Telephone Relay Access Corporation. That, again, to provide services for those who are hard of hearing. And then the universal service fee goes to small telecommunications providers. This is usually to help them provide service in areas where it's less economical to do so. So think of your rural areas or certain areas that might be harder to serve, and this helps to provide them with some additional revenue to help them continue to provide that service. So I'll pause for a moment to see if there's any questions about the fees.
Any questions? Okay.
And then our civil penalties, we have civil penalties under Indiana Code 8126. This is the 811 law. So hopefully you all have heard of 811. This is the contact 811 before you dig. And so those penalties goes into a dedicated fund called the Underground Plant Protection Account. And those funds can only be used for public awareness, training and education, and incentive programs. The commission is allowed to, is required to administer the fund and to have its administration costs come from that fund. Right now, those administration costs is one full-time employee who's that program manager. And then under 8129.5, those civil penalties can actually go to a bill credit or to the IEDC for economic development. We've never had a complaint filed under that statute, so that hasn't happened just yet, but we just wanted to make sure that if someone would file a complaint or that, we'd have that. All the other civil penalties are deposited in the general fund, with the largest being the pipeline safety penalties under 8122.5, which through the end of 2023 totaled over $8 million. So if there's any questions, we're happy to provide any additional information.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. Come forward, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Merritt, and I serve as General Counsel for the Indiana Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. With me here today is Chris Sarek, who serves as our Deputy Director and Executive Secretary. Thank you for allowing us to speak with you today regarding our fees, fines, and penalties. Just to start, the ATC is a dedicated fund agency, and by that I mean we don't receive any annual appropriations from the general fund. So generally speaking, we're self-funded through our fees and our fines. And we'll just provide a brief overview. I'm going to cover the fines and penalties, and Chris will cover the fees. So as I just mentioned, fines collected by our agency are kept by our agency. However, all of our fines are set by statute and are capped at a certain maximum amount. When assessing a fine or penalty, the commission will consider a number of basic factors, including whether the violation has a major or minor impact on public health, public safety, or the general welfare of others. Number 2, the number of previous violations that's been committed by the permittee. Number 3, the need for deterrence of future violations. And then number 4, whether the conduct constitutes a criminal offense, and if so, what that penalty is set by law. In addition to those general factors, we also consider many aggravating and mitigating factors. So the amount of a fine or severity of a penalty imposed may be increased due to aggravating factors. And some of the aggravating factors that the commission considers when assessing a fine or penalty include evidence that the permittee knowingly or intentionally committed the violation, evidence that the permittee was on the commission's proactive alcohol compliance and enforcement program when the violation was committed, whether there are any previous violations for the same or similar offense, and whether any warnings have been issued in the past by the Indiana State Excise Police for the same or similar offense. The amount of the fine or severity of penalty can also be decreased due to mitigating factors. And some of the mitigating factors that the commission considers when assessing a fine or penalty include the good faith efforts made by the permittee to remain in compliance with the laws, rules, and regulations, and otherwise any actions taken to prevent the violation from occurring in the first place. Second, the permittee's voluntary cooperation with the commission during the investigation process and the rule violation proceeding if that's what they choose to do. Third, the permittee's past history of compliance with the laws, rules, and regulations of the commission. And then finally, any remedial or corrective actions taken by the permittee. All fines imposed by the commission for alcohol, tobacco, or type 2 gaming violations are deposited into the Enforcement and Administration Fund. Additionally, 70% of all civil penalties imposed by a court for violations of the Indiana Cigarette Fair Trade Act are deposited into the Enforcement and Administration Fund. And the remaining 30% there is deposited in the general fund for use by the Department of Revenue. Money in the Enforcement and Administration Fund is used solely for the enforcement and administration of Title 7.1 of the Indiana Code and serves as our agency's operating fund. Civil penalties imposed by a court for certain tobacco-related offenses under Title 35 are deposited into the Youth Tobacco Education and Enforcement Fund, and the money in that fund is used for exactly what it sounds like: youth smoking prevention education, education and training of retailers who sell tobacco products, and the enforcement of youth tobacco laws. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chris to cover our fees.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions about the fine section first? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just read you Title 7.1 in its entirety. I figured that might be useful, obviously. All right, as Ashley introduced, APC is fully self-funded and shares revenue with the State General Fund. As I'll introduce briefly, APC also shares revenue with the cities and towns in which our dealers and retailers are located. And we also rely on revenue generated by the alcoholic beverages taxes or excise tax. In terms of fees collected by APC, they're nearly all established by 7.1, this giant sprawling statute title. And we have 90 types of fees and service related fees, permit and service related fees. Only 6 of them are promulgated through rulemaking, and all of those are rather minor. So most all fees are related to issuance of permits, and they range from $5 for a carrier permit to $50,000 for a food hall master permit. In terms of retail and dealer permit fees, those are for restaurants, package stores, grocers. Those are divided between the State General Fund, ATC, and the Treasury of the city or town in which the licensed premise is located. Revenue from dealer and retail permits are distributed 22% to the State General Fund, 45% to ATC, and 33% to the Treasury of the locals. Manufacturer and wholesale permits, those are collected in relation to brewers, distillers, vintners, beer and wine and liquor wholesalers. Those are split 2 ways between ATC and the general fund, 66% to the general fund, 34% to ATC. And then there are a few miscellaneous fee types that go 100% to the ATC. There is one fee type that's distributed in specific amounts. It's a $200 fee for permit extensions, and $50 is deposited in the state general fund, $150 is kept in the ATC. I have the revenue totals. I think I'm going to skip that for the purposes of today. And in terms of excise tax, that's divided between the state general fund and the ATC. Depends on the type of beverage being taxed. 4 cents of tax collected on each gallon of beer, $1 of tax collected on each gallon of liquor, and 25 cents on each gallon of wine is deposited in the general fund. The rest goes to ATC, and the entire amount of the tax collected on malt cider is deposited in the state general fund. In terms of excise tax, ATC collected $4.2 million roughly in 2023, and those taxes are levied and administered by DOR, so I don't have the numbers of what's been distributed in the general fund. Again, I do have some specific revenue funds if you'd like to hear them. Otherwise, we'll leave it at that and open up to questions.
Questions? Senator Cordora?
Thank you. And my question is a little bit, it touches on fees and fines, but it's more on the policy side, so I want to be brief, and maybe I can continue the discussion with you after this. So our law enforcement officers in Indianapolis, IMPD and excise police, they have problem with few bars that have been problematic, and they reached out to me, especially in the Broad Ripple area, and they've asked if we can come up with some mechanism to allow the local boards to revoke permits, because my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it once the license or a permit is approved, is it once every 2 years that gets reviewed for another approval? Is it 2 years?
Yes, unless they've had a violation in which they would be required
Correct.
to appear before the local board.
And I was looking at the public nuisances and different criminal crimes that are under Title VII. Correct me if I'm wrong one more time. I did not see anything specifically under public nuisance that relates to public safety. Is that your understanding, that current Title VII does not include specific authority for the local boards to fine or revoke a license before the annual or the renewal date of the license? Is that your understanding?
Before the renewal date, that would be notice coming from the commission directly, and we requires 10 days notice, and then it would come to the ATC, and there would be due process provided, and that's how that would work in every instance of a pre-renewal revocation.
So excise police in Indianapolis has to submit investigative evidence to the local commission or the board, and then the board has to reach out to you guys at the
It
state?
could be directly to our excise officers. Work closely with our HQ, our general staff at HQ, and if there's a problem, we can take action immediately from ATC, issue the notice, and again, it requires due process. So there's a 10-day period before the hearing can be held.
To conclude my question, because I know this is more on the policy side, so are you saying that under current Title VII, if a request for investigation specifically in relation to public safety about a problematic bar today under Title VII, excise police at the local level can work with you guys?
Absolutely.
And you will be able to revoke someone's license before it's renewed with due process in place?
With due process.
You'll be able to revoke it even if the renewal date is not until a year, 2 years from today?
That's correct, yes.
So no need to change state law to give any additional powers for the local commission to impose fees or revoke license permits?
I think we could have a discussion about that.
Sure.
I think there are opportunities to provide, for instance, emergency authority, but I think that requires our stakeholders to be, engaged, and to obviously work with the General Assembly and the Senate.
I appreciate you. I will ask my legislative assistant to help us schedule a meeting, because I would love to continue that and maybe bring someone from IMPD, one of their excise police, to help you understand what we're seeing at the local level. Appreciate your support.
We would love that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Professional Licensing Agency. If they'd come forward, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Heyer. I'm the Executive Director for the Professional Licensing Agency, and Evan Bartell is our Deputy Director. The Professional Licensing Agency oversees over 500,000 active professional licenses, over 30 boards and commissions, and 179 professional license types. Fees collected by our agency are generally unique for each profession, so the number of fees charged by PLA is extensive. I think we had over 1,000. And while we're responsible for collecting those fees, our agency does not fund itself through the collection of fees. Our fees, with a few exceptions, go to the general fund. Those few exceptions are used to fund specific programs within PLA, such as Inspect and the impaired practitioner programs. And then today here, we're presenting for both our safe harbor fines and fees, but we also have 2 new sets of fees. For the safe harbor, our common fee to all PLA boards is the late fee. From our legal research, it appears that this fee was set through rules or statutes for PLA's precursor agencies, but didn't survive the merger. And then there's 16 fees attributable to various boards and commission. For the most part, these fees match up with those charged to similar license types, but the current rules are not specific enough to support their application to the license types listed in the spreadsheet. So for example, the spreadsheet we provided, there was a barber renewal fee is $40. That's not in rule or statute, but our cosmopolitan and nail tech renewals are in rule or statute, and those are also $40. And then we have 33 fines, 1 for each board administered by PLA. Those fines have statutory support, but have not been prescribed a formula for application. I can move on to the new fees. The first is convictions of concern. All of our boards and commissions have established a $25 fee for processing convictions of concern applications. We have not yet charged this fee, but it may be charged as afforded by Indiana Code 25-1-1.1-6K. And then the second fee is our behavioral analyst fee schedule. Indiana Code 25-8.5 codified and established licensure for behavioral analyst professionals. Rule promulgation, including the fee schedule, will permit our agency to begin licensing those professionals.
Thank you. Any questions for? Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Well, members of the committee, we're at that time where we have on the table a proposed agenda. Are there any motions to remove any item from the proposed agenda?
I just have one technical question, if you don't
Yes.
mind. One of the agencies requested an increase in their fee from $13 to $15. I think it was State Police for the crash reports. Is that a formal request to the committee to approve today, or was that more for a future policy discussion?
I thought that was a request today. Maybe I misunderstood. Did I misunderstood?
Hey, Senator, I don't think that was a new increase. I think that was an existing fee that fit under the safe harbor, yeah.
So their comment was that they currently charge $12 per crash report, and they would like to increase it to $15 so that they can hire a statewide administrator of that system. Now, the word that they used, if I paid attention correctly, they said, we would like your approval to raise it from 12 to 15. So I wasn't sure if they are asking this committee to approve it, or that would require legislative action later, or?
It would require a review by budget committee, but that was not my understanding that we were.
So it's not on the agenda
increasing the fee, but
today to approve, and it's not on the agenda to approve that increase?
Yeah, I think we will make that very clear on the agenda. If it's an increase, a new fee, or if it's absent, then it should just fall under the existing fee that falls under safe harbor.
Okay,
Great, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Any other concerns or any motion to remove anything? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move the agenda.
If that's a motion, is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Second. Any discussion by committee members on approving the proposed agenda? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda has been approved. We do recognize a couple of reports that were received, and only anything else come before the committee at this point. I know we're looking at probably a mid-June roughly meeting, not firm on that day, but getting close, and so that's kind of the proposed next meeting, mid-June roughly. And so there's nothing else before the committee. Thank you for being here and your work today, and we stand adjourned. You are on the money, right on the money.